gonna come back. I know sometimes I don't be coming back, but I told you I was gonna come back, so I came back. So. Now let me make sure I can hear correctly before we get started. I just uploaded the other one. You know, I gotta put all the tags in, the title, and all that good stuff. So, and I couldn't sleep, so I was like, why not bless y'all with another one? Cause y'all my gems, and I love y'all. So, let me go. Let me go. Let me see. I don't know why I just had D'Angelo. You're my lady, my lady. You're my lady. Alright, so 2 seconds, because I'm going to turn that fan off. I didn't know that fan was that loud. So let me turn the fan off, and then I'll be right back. Because that is not loud. Everybody wants to know what's going down. Baby, no one can before. Baby, I can lick a stone. Alright, so we're back with another one. And I am going to light this again and clear the energy from the last one. So we're going to light this Palo Santo and this sage. And we're going to get to this and see what energy for the collective right now. I gotta go get me another lighter. Let's cleanse the energy. It's the energy. It's the simple things. You deserve a blessing. You deserve the give it to me. Any evil in my energy, I rebuke you, you get away from me. Alright, so I just had to cleanse the energy real quick. Dad, guardians, and ancestors of my highest good, I call upon you, Archangel Michael, Archangel Metatron, Uncle Michael, Uncle Metatron, for protection while I channel these messages. I channel these messages and energy. Wrap into me with your healing light, blocking and sending back any negativity, known or unknown, that is sent to me or my collective, unbeknownst to us. I ask that you return it to sender and send back my energy and their energy to them, to their original state. I wish everyone healing, and please give me truth and clarity for what the collective needs to know for their highest good, please and thank you. So, last reading right before this, and I am going to start making these readings a lot faster. So let's time this one, okay? So last time we started with doing a story. This time we're not going to do the story because the story one ends up being way longer anyway. So we're going to start off with angel numbers and zodiac signs and letters. And then we're going to do the handwritten oracle deck. So Spirit, please give me angel numbers for what the collective needs to know at this time, please and thank you. I'm going to shuffle this. I'm going to pull the Bible verses also. Can't forget those. Plus, that'll help you learn them better also. So make sure each time I do it, you write down the Bible verses. And if you want to help me and the collective out, because I mean, I could check it back too, but I do so many that I do have a lot. So, and since I'm pulling it out in y'all's, like right in front of y'all, I don't always get to write it down either, but I am going to start writing it down. So I myself will be writing it down, but also if y'all want to help out, you can put the Bible verses and their meanings in the comments down below when I post the video. So for those who might not be able to know what it is, like say for instance, someone is watching me from a different country. You know, some countries unfortunately don't have Bibles to look it up. So you can put it in the comments. So at least they'll be able to have the knowledge that they need. And we call that paying it forward. Because paying it forward is not always money. Knowledge is a form of currency as well. Also, make sure, if you would like to, not make sure, but if you would like to, I say this regularly now that I've learned it, and I've noticed the difference in my energy. When I say take your power back, that means not allowing others to steal or siphon your energy. And that goes on a lot with divine beings. So to protect yourself, I saw this and I decided to write it down, and it actually helped me as well. I mean, I was already calling my power back before this, but now she has like this whole written thing out. So it says, I now call my power back to me from every person, place, or entity, from every space, portal, time, and dimension, from every connection, attachment, and vessel where I left it. Anyone and anything that is attempting to siphon my energy, You do not have my consent to use my vitality, and I call my power back. I now release that which is not my own. I lay down the weight that does not belong to me, as well as the weight that does. I forgive all things, all people, and all others. I forgive myself. I cloak myself in a bright light of protection. And hopefully that does help you. All right. So now we're going to do some angel numbers. Let me see how many we're going to get. So we're going to get 4 because it's a 2 and a 2. So 1 and 2. So we're going to do 4 angel numbers, please, Spirit, for the collective that they need to know at this time, please, and thank you. Okay. That just flew out. We got 555. And angel numbers, for those that are new and don't know about angel numbers, they are number synchronicities that help your angels guide you through your journey, through your spiritual awakenings and everything else. So let's see. So for what does angel number 555 mean? So I'm just going to tell y'all the first one, not all 4. So angel number 555 is a sign of positive change, freedom, and personal growth. And we know a lot of people's having their awakenings. It can also represent spiritual guidance, learning, and transformation. So change-wise, it can mean that changes is coming in your life, such as career, relationships, or living situations. Freedom, we got angel number 733. Freedom, it can represent a time to focus on your freedom and happiness. Adventure, it can be a sign to try new things, take a trip, or move to a new place, which both of those coincide with the change in the freedom. And an openness, it can be a reminder to be open to new opportunities and have an open mind. Of course, you're going to have that if you're moving to a new place and trying new things. And then self-respect can be a reminder to respect yourself, learn from your past, and embrace your powers. So now 2 more, since it said 4. What other angel number, Spirit, please and thank you? 1717. And 1 more. 911. And we got 999 on the bottom. So we got angel number 555, 1717, 911, and 733. So make sure you check those ones out. They could be significant. You might have a message in it. Now we're going to get some letters and some zodiac. And then we're going to go to the main course. We got a Y. We got a Q. We got an N. We got NY for New York. So something significant with New York. We got an I. Q again. And right before that other cue fell out, I was about to say quit. Like someone wants to quit something that they're doing. P. I got IP address. And I also got PI, like private eye. So someone could be doing some private eye stuff, or private eye can be finding someone by their PI address. I mean IP address. I also got Pennsylvania. There's an M. I don't know why I also got the name Mary, a V. I got Vicky. Someone might be in a hospital. I see IV. Like someone might need an IV if they're in a hospital. D. Someone could have had something going on with their ID. Something could have been going on for years, year to date. W. I see win. Someone's winning, and that's why someone's quitting something. I also got vivid. Another W. And I also got DIY, the do it yourself. Someone might need to or already be doing do it yourself type things. If you are doing any do it yourself things, I think you should record it. There's an E. So New England. So the northern states, East Coast. Something to do with a pen. So someone might be signing something soon. Windy. Something could be with the Windy City. Or someone could be going in a windy area. Vermont. Someone's mind. They could be going through something mentally. Pine. Someone could like the smell of pine, or pine can be, then the word pine can be significant. We got a G on the bottom and an R in the front. So yeah. Says we. So someone wants some sort of collaboration, teamwork, relationship where it's a we instead of an I. Someone wants to work together with someone. All right, zodiac signs. zodiac signs that might be significant. Saturn sign, and that is Capricorn, co-ruled by Aquarius. Discipline, structure, and responsibility. Air sign, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Neptune sign, Pisces, dreams, intuition, spirituality. Moon sign, Cancer, emotions, intuition, and nurturing energy. Mercury sign, Gemini, Virgo, communication, intellect, analytical, and practical. Something to do with July. Whoops. I keep dropping it. Fire sign, Aries, Leo, Sag. So we got Saturn, Neptune, moon sign, Mercury, then air sign and fire sign in July. We got Scorpio, Sagittarius, cusp of revolution, November 18th through the 24th. We got Aries, I am, March 21st to April 19th. Two more. We got Leo, I create, July 23rd to August 22nd. And Taurus, I have April 20th to May 20th. With Pisces on the bottom, I believe, February 19th to March 20th. Okay. Now, we're going to get one card, maybe two, to figure out what the energy is going to be about. And with that, I will pick the oracle, the written oracle deck. All right, so let's see. Spirit, what do we know? What do we need to know about the collective's current energy? All right, Spirit, what does the collective need to know at this time? Please and thank you. Brick wall, guarded, hard to reach, defense mechanism. So someone feels like someone is guarded and hard to reach. So let's see who or why is someone guarded? Spirit, please and thank you. What just wanted to pop out was girl fight, but it popped back in. So, yep, a line popped out. So I think someone was thinking about girl fight And then it was like, nah, they too aligned because they see how guarded they are. So, aligned with higher self, harmony, balanced awareness, divine connection, insight, soul expansion, spiritual growth. So, someone realized, which was smart, that someone is aligned, and it probably wouldn't be wise for them to do a girl fight with them because they'll just end up in jail, or worse, if they was really on some stuff and they really try to come for a divine being in that energy. Like I said in my last one, spirit won't even allow you to get that close to that divine being. And therefore the girl fight will never happen. But because you took action on it, will have you really, really messed up. So, yeah. So, okay, what's the line, spirit? So there's a workplace affair. It could be something to do with someone that had a workplace affair. Heart-to-heart conversation. Intimate discussion is blunt and honest. So someone wants to have a heart-to-heart conversation. So a narcissist wants to have a heart-to-heart conversation with someone's true love. Okay. So that's why I had that girl fight thing. So, all right. Understood. All right, what's with, oh, that. Sipping tea, listening to gossip, feeding into rumors, being influenced. So it must be some people that was on that type of energy. Yep. Twin flame. So there's many people from the energy that I'm getting that is tuned in to people's twin flame journeys, because that's the kind of attention that twin flame journeys bring anyway, because it's so intense that, yeah, people's gonna think it's spell work and all this other stuff, and there do be spell work involved, but it be with the people that they least expect at first, blaming it on somebody that everybody already tried to outcast and stuff like that. So vibing on the same page, like attracts like, a feel good connection. And that's because with twin flame couples or unions, I should say, they be vibing, and their energy and bond is unmatched, and it makes a lot of people jealous. That's just what it is. So Be Right Back was just turned in reverse, and it hit mad fast. So what I'm getting from it, because it said time apart, communication delays, left waiting. Someone's not trying to have someone waiting anymore. Where it's almost like they're on stalker vibes, but not really. Or the narcissist, because it did kind of fall under the narcissist and heart to heart. It could be the narcissist that try to do like the girl fight thing that is on some stalker vibes. And the struggle just came in reverse. So there's no more struggles, because someone's ready to be an open book and be vulnerable. And that just fell right under true love. So someone's ready to be open book with their true love and moving in silence. because they know people is sipping tea, listening to gossip, and spreading rumors and stuff. Moving, change your residence, moving in with your partner. And that fell right under twin flame. Yo, that's crazy. Y'all see that, right? So twin flame is right here, and it fell right under that. All right, so. And on twin flame is someone that's not a psycho ex, because that came in reverse. So the twin flame is not a psycho ex. And that's why they want to reconcile with them. Because they be vibing, which is what that fell under. And they want a commitment. And that's why the time is now instead of be right back. Because they was having heavy mental distress with whatever situation they was dealing with the other person. And they felt blocked. Oh, actually, well, they felt blocked, but now that they're unblocked, that's why they're moving forward. And stalker vibes. The stalker vibes feels blocked. Blocked calls, spam, texts. And that's the guardian angels that's doing that. Guardian angels, a lost loved one watches over you. What's struggle in reverse? What's the struggle in reverse? Yep. There's no struggle anymore because there's healing being done. And that's what people are learning now. When you heal, you learn to get unstuck, because that means you're learning the lesson so you can move forward. And then you just got to rememberize the lesson. Not that so you can hold resentment, not that you can hold a grudge. You're remembering the lesson to make sure you don't make the same mistake again. Let's open book, Spirit, please and thank you. Honey Mom. So, someone's probably going to be doing like the honeymoon phase where they're open book and they're bonding and stuff. And that's going to bring even more healing. Yep. Dirt digging and soulmate. So soulmate was on the bottom and dirt digging is what flew out. In reverse though. So dirt digging in reverse. Mountains. And since someone can't dirt dig, they know they're not going to have an easy path to go. Because they ain't nothing but a drama starter that was trying to dirt dig. What about this drama starter? The drama starter has many red flags, and that's why they're getting blocked and ignored. And they're keeping tabs. The drama starter's keeping tabs on a earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, or someone with that placements. Because they're two-faced. Ooh, that was... So we got... They'll be back. Because they was going through a karmic lesson. Someone was trying to figure themselves out. Now it says sexuality, but sometimes that means change in their way of life, how they choose to do things, stuff like that. So all right, so we didn't do the Kipper yet. So this is the Kipper deck. Comes in a box like this. Alright, Spirit, what does the collective need to know at this time, please and thank you? Someone's in their thoughts. Who's in their thoughts, Spirit? Someone's in their thoughts about a change. And from what I'm seeing about the change, someone's packing all their stuff and they moving. They got their bare minimums. It looks like one chair, one lamp, a suitcase, a bag, and they car and they out. And we did just see with the other cars, somebody's moving. Thief. It could be a thief that's moving. Great fortune. Due to great fortune. With this thief card, I know it's trying to show that, see, look, it got this little boy right here. And the little boy is clearly showing the guy, almost like he's trying to play the innocent poor boy, and he's holding his clock watch, distracting him. And it looks like the woman is behind him doing something sneaky and bending over smiling about it. That's what gets a lot of dudes. It's the manipulation for me. It's the pretending to be innocent and not really being. Or not even really being. It's just having a genuine heart. There's a lot of good guys and good girls that going bad due to heartbreak, due to desperation, or whatever the reason, just having a lapse, a minor lapse of judgment that made a really bad mistake. And then when they make the mistake, they feel stuck, like they can't get out of it, like they can't fix it. And sometimes you feel like you can't fix it because you don't have the right people around you to help you understand how to fix it if you don't understand how to fix it. That's why you're supposed to have people around you that genuinely want you to grow, heal, and evolve. Because if you're making those same mistakes that they're making because you took their advice, sometimes, yes, it may hurt. I know, I've been there. Yes, it may hurt, but sometimes you have to switch your circle to be able to make better decisions. And sometimes you was meant to do it first so you can show them a better way and be the leader that they need you to be, that you want to be, and that they want you to be. But sometimes it takes for you to take your power back. You going on your solo journey or your journey with you and your spouse, and you learn, heal, grow, and evolve. And then you come back and teach your collective, your group, your friends. But you have to go learn it first. You can't learn it while they're keeping you stuck in the past, saying, well, that's not what you normally do. You're switching up. You do this. And then trying to hold you to that when you're trying to grow, heal, and evolve. And that's why, like, even with some of the celebrities, they have to leave the nest. They have to get away from their regular surroundings, their hometowns, if they want to grow, heal, and evolve, and elevate and be star status or make a name for themselves. Sometimes you have to leave the home. Sometimes you have to leave the nest. Sometimes you have to leave around a whole bunch of familiar people so you can meet new people. So when you meet those new people and you're in your new energy, those people is going to uplift you because that's the energy that you're bringing to them. And they're not going to say, well, I knew you from back then when you was doing that. They're not going to bring up your past. They're going to see you how you're presenting yourself then. So main male came out sideways right after great fortune. What about this main male? We got false person and occupation. Damn, hold up. So the first thing I got, ooh, despair in reverse. Why is this? Yep, despair in reverse. Unexpected income. All right, what's the unexpected journey? Sideways. Wealthy man and community in the upright. All right. So definitely off top, I'm getting that the thief is a feminine. The reason why I say that is because the pictures on the cards, and that's the first thing that stood out to me when I seen all of these cards. So I see thief, like I showed y'all with the little boy, but it's the lady with the red dress in the background looking all sneaky, right? But also, that same lady with the red dress is right here under false person, still trying to hide behind the fan, but still peeking, watching. So the false person, to me, right now, is the thief, which is the lady in the red dress. So like in the tarot, or when they be talking about it with the tarot, normally they be saying red lipstick stain. It's kind of like that same energy. And then other than that, we have wealthy man and community in the upright. So I think something's going on with the thief, which is the false person, feminine, and this main male who's in reverse. I guess they tried to go on some journey. The journey got stopped, which put them in their thoughts because of that change, because somebody's moving, because they got great fortune that this thief wasn't able to steal. And that affected their occupation or whatever they was trying to do. And that's because this wealthy man or somebody in the community is getting unexpected income, which is making them not in despair anymore. And I think it's the mature woman that's getting the unexpected income. And that's the pathway from the courthouse. Pathway from the courthouse. Or that's the judgment from the courthouse, and now that's going to give them another pathway to go. Main female, yep. And the main female fell on change. So they could be in their thoughts because of what's happening with the main male that's in reverse. It's not about lovers. So the main female, I think, is about to change. The main female is the thief, which is why main female fell on change. So this main female is the thief. I think the change in the pathway is with this mature woman. I think she's about to be the main female, which is why she's getting unexpected income, and she will no longer be in despair because of what the main female stole from her. And the wealthy man in the community is in a cut, because this is a lover situation. There's a lot of love there. Yep, because she's held in high honor, the mature woman, who's soon to be the main female, because the other main female was figured out to be a thief. Yep, with the mature man. Mature man's getting a message. Ooh, yep, I should have took it. And it still showed up on the bottom. So coffin is what I put back, and it still popped out anyway. And then bad health. So mature man is getting a message of bad health. Also, the main female can be already, yeah, she's already partner. She's the match with the main male. Marriage. What about marriage? What about marriage? Yeah. Imprisonment and concern. Someone could be someone that is married can be concerned about getting imprisoned, or someone that is already married can be concerned about imprisonment, or someone that's already married and already in prison is concerned. Because believe it or not, people in jail be going through stuff too. Something about an innocent. There's an innocent involved. That's an official person. This innocent is an official person. They got adjudication. What's the adjudication? About a house. So someone is owed a house, and that's probably what was stolen, besides this lover situation. Yep. Privileged lady and courtship. So what was stolen, which I explained this in my last reading, like with my situation. What was stolen was, and people be always thinking, oh, it's money and blah, blah, blah. Don't you realize, and I'm just going to speak so people get a better understanding of these like divine contracts and unions. Sometimes the person doesn't necessarily have to steal money, but sometimes it's the principle that, yes, it is considered them stealing money. Because if the person was supposed to be with somebody else that God ordained, and if you manipulated the situation to get that person to get in that relationship, you did spell work, you paid people to lie on behalf of the other person, on behalf of yourself, to get the position, then you started using that person's energy and building up off of their abundant energy. You started making money off of that person's abundant energy with the person that they should have been with, or that they would have possibly been with had you not interfered. That's where the whole thief thing comes in. And yes, to some people, some things might not seem fair because it's way bigger than you can understand right now. And I understand that. It took me a while when I first learned certain things. See, to people that think surface level or basic level, to people that really don't believe in God, but they say they believe in God and all of that, or they don't really understand spirituality or how all of this works, they will say, oh, she tried to steal my man and blah, 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 and all of that, and she's a homewrecker and all of that. But you didn't tell all the people that you told that you and that person was breaking up on and off. And while that person was talking to the divine being, y'all was broken up. And then you found out from close family and friends, because you've been stalking him, to get back in his energy. You get back in the energy and do your sob story and all of that, and then you start doing your spell work. As soon as you get that connection, that SEX connection, to where you're able to steal that divine being's energy and essence, because once they got attached to them and their contract started from the divine because they met, so that was considered a union, so they was connected spiritually. You sleeping with them made you, and you knew it was going to happen because you've been doing it for years, but you knew it was going to happen. You just didn't care who he slept with. You just didn't want him being with his divine counterpart. When you had the eyes and ears on him saying, okay, he's getting real close with this one, it's time for you to come back in from your in and out, because you really only wanted the resources. But you did the in and out, and then the family was watching, keeping a close eye. You had just stalker squad, your GPS going. You find out he's getting close with someone, you come back and swoop in. And then when you assess the situation, you see how serious it is. You got to go full throttle, trying to make sure they don't have no more intimate talks or whatever. Anything personal is intimate. You try to make sure that doesn't happen. And that's where it starts happening, where you got to play nice. You got to play like you're the friend and all of that. And that you're just a helping hand, ready to help in any way possible, because you're trying to be a whole big old family and all of that. All you had was money on the brain. Then you realize, once you realize you couldn't control that divine being, and that you felt a little intimidated, or like, okay, if they get in the energy, I'm not going to be able to get what I was getting, says you. Neither one of the people ever said that, but because you let your mind wander, you had to keep them separated. So you tried all the tricks in the book. You had family and friends training you on how to do it properly. And because you've been doing it all of these years, it now not working, you didn't understand what was happening. It did work the first time, which is why Divine Feminine went through her awakening the first time. So everybody thought you was magical, because Divine Feminine allowed a lot of things to happen, because she wanted to give people the benefit of the doubt, and she was still going through her awakening freshly. So yeah, it did happen the first time. And you got away with it. But it won't happen again. So yeah, you learned all your tips and tricks from family, because family's been doing it on people for years also. And you're like, well, what's wrong with my gifts? Why is it working for everybody else? Why is mirror magic and the beauty spells backfiring on me? Why am I getting the whelps and the scratches and all of that? Why is this happening to me? And I can't manipulate him like y'all been manipulating people all your life. It's because it wasn't supposed to happen. Sorry. It's because that cycle, that generational curse, was supposed to end with you. That was the lesson that you were supposed to be learning. To not abuse divination and to use your gifts for good. And stop thinking that you can control what the divine has orchestrated. That was your lesson to learn. This path is not for the weak. People have a lot of growing to do. People have a lot of understanding to do once they learn to let go of control issues. Things will go a lot smoother. But we'll get there. I'm here to help. And so are all my brothers and sisters. I don't discriminate on any religion, because we're all supposed to learn from each other. Actually, it don't matter what religion. You're supposed to take in that information to learn what to do and not do. I didn't say you had to agree with all of it, but knowing it, you know how to make a better choice for yourself. All right, Spirit, what else do we need to know for the collective, please and thank you. Reconciliation. I'm just going to say it's going to be a reconciliation happening, and it's going to be trust. Someone from your past is returning to your life. The situation is calling for you to have faith. Let go of control issues. I literally just said that. Allow the situation to unfold naturally. Reconciliation, trust, attraction, and very soon you attract romantic love by enjoying this moment fully and clearly decide what you want so that it comes to you now, very soon. I know what I want. Free yourself. So it is time to take back control of your life. So someone's going to free themselves. And it fell right under reconciliation. So someone's going to free themselves so they can have a reconciliation. Give your relationship a chance. Work on your partnership so they can work on their partnership with the person that they actually trust. That's a different feeling when you trust the person. It's hard to explain. I'm always open to second chances. Or third or fourth chances. Chemistry. It depends on how strong the chemistry is. And I'm not just talking sexual. I'm talking about It's a feeling. It's love. It's love. It's chemistry. It's trust. It's hope. It's faith. It's knowing that they're worth it. Even more so, that's why self-love is so important, because when you meet your perfect match, they're gonna have went through or be going through some of the stuff you went through. And to know that person will understand you wholeheartedly and not judge you. Like I said, and I'm gonna say time and time again, I know my worth. So that's why I haven't settled. I know who I love. And I'm pretty sure they know. But again, I know my worth. So if I'm the only one, and I know I'm the only one, anything is possible. Yes, they can have a second chance. Yes, they can have a third or fourth chance. Shit, I'll be asking for a second chance, a third or fourth chance, if it was something I did. But in this case, I didn't. But I feel like, in my case, and that's why I said with these twin flame journeys and some of these sacred unions, you really have to follow your heart. You can't always go, like, you shouldn't at first. That's why it's entertainment purposes only. You shouldn't always go exclusively by what tarot says, because it's only supposed to be a guide. It's supposed to help you open your mind to what your truth is. By when you're watching it, you see certain points of what you actually experience, and it helps you put it together in your mental. Me knowing that spell work exists, that spell work was put on, because spell work is word magic too, not just candles and herbs and stuff. But me seeing, hearing the word magic myself, and how strong it was, because I felt it when it was trying to be attached to me, and it was like a force field right in front of me. Like I felt their energy hit the force field, and the shit shook in front of me to where I seen the force field shake in front of me. And I'm looking at the phone screen. I'm on a group chat call, and I'm looking at it, and the energy like stopped before it touched me. So I'm watching them, two chicks, I'm watching them saying what they're saying and trying to get it to attach to me. And I started laughing. And when I started laughing, I seen their faces and heard their voice, like, oh shit, it's not working. But they didn't say that out loud. But it's almost like I read their damn mind type shit. It was like, oh shit, it's not working. That's the look they gave me too. Because you know, like human lie detectors and all of that, they can like read people's body movements and shit too. So when they did that, shortly after that, they got sent off. to go do something else because they realized it wasn't working, and probably text and be like, it's not working. So trust me. And then recently, like in the last couple months, someone that I feel, but I still don't have confirmation on, but someone that I feel that they sent towards me to try to throw me off my path and away from the masculine that I know that God had for me, has for me. This masculine was on a call and saying certain things, trying to get me back and like that low vibrational, the old Mimi. I wouldn't even say I was low vibrational. It's just I was always high vibing. It's just I dim my light a lot for people to feel comfortable, because I didn't want nobody feeling out of place, because I knew how it felt to feel out of place. So I would dim my light so they will feel comfortable and not feel like I was like trying to overshadow them or anything like that, because it was never like that. I would always try to be myself but still cater to other people. In return, it was making me dim my light. And that's why a lot of people nowadays think that I was putting on a facade and that I was masking my true self. And if we're being completely honest, yes, but at the time, I thought I was helping them out. I thought I was being nice to them by dimming my light so they can feel like the star. So, hope that makes some sense. Chemistry. What's chemistry? Alright, so we got forgiving and learning. As you release and heal the past, you experience more love in your present moments. And flirt. Extend your lighthearted energy to others. Wedding. This situation involves marriage. And that fell right under very soon. New love. Now, remember, it says new love. A new person has stirred your romantic feelings. Sometimes new love is an old love coming in a new energy. And sometimes if that happens, that means, okay, God was like, you had more than enough ample time to get it together, to be with my divine feminine, to get my plans done. So now I'm going to send somebody else in while you trying to figure it out. And the longer you wait, divine masculine, that causes the options to have a chance, because God's going to start sending them in unbeknownst to divine feminine while she's trying to focus on herself. Not that she's looking, she's being her true authentic self. Divine feminine wants her divine masculine. But if her divine masculine doesn't step up and tell her, you can't be doing all of that. Because I was watching a reading earlier and it was like, oh, divine masculine is trying to weigh his pros and cons and blah, blah, blah. But then there's a new love that they was talking about. And they said, on one hand, the new love can be divine masculine, coming back in a new energy. He's just trying to figure out how he's trying to present it to divine feminine. But then there's an actual new love that wants to come in, especially because it's close to Valentine's Day and all of that other stuff. So, you know, everybody's all in that lovey-dovey thing, and it's supposed to be the man that asks the woman. So I would just say, instead of having it where it's multiple people trying to come and ask divine feminine out like divine masculine, just because you know you're a great catch as well. So you're going to have other females coming after you as well. And if you get distracted, just know that because this season is supposed to be divine feminine. Divine feminine is the wheel of fortune. I just want to make that clear. Divine feminine is the wheel of fortune. That's where some of the abundance comes from too, the abundant energy. I sense some people abundant energy. I know, even though I've been single all of this time because I wanted other people to win and I considered them friends and stuff, I was like, oh, you should start this business, you should do that. And they was waiting for years to do it. And finally, when I told them and I did a little prayer, 2 days later, yo, I got approved for a $250,000 loan. I never even tried myself, but they went and did it right after I talked to them. And that's not the first person. Then, like I said, I had other people that found out children wasn't theirs and all of that. To them, even though it's unfortunate because they probably was hoping for the child, but that saved them a lot of money that they would have been paying out to a gold digger that didn't really love them, that wanted to baby trap them. So, masculines, sometimes you're supposed to link with your divine feminine, even if it's starting off as friends, to build and create. That's why the connection is so intense. Sometimes it's that. But sometimes, and I think with the unions right now, and especially why it keeps coming up with the love and all of that, the unions that's happening right now is supposed to be love too, because the love is there. Y'all might be both still healing from the heartbreak from each other, from others, but that's why y'all are supposed to get in union, to heal together, to grow together, to build together, and figure out what it's going to be. But masculines, if you wait too long, and you've already waited long for most masculines, not the ones newly on the journey, but the ones that's been on it for some years now, it's time for divine feminine to be in a union. This has come across, I don't even know how many readings for how many years, because she was actually supposed to be in a union a while back. God wanted certain things done and it got postponed, so he made adjustments, had his angels make adjustments. Now this is crunch time. That's why he's burning shit up, flooding shit up, because he's not letting the karmics come in between it anymore. And any karmics that continue to fight against these unions, he's going to tear this shit down. He's going to make them mentally unstable. They're going to get locked up. It's going to be mad stuff that's happening to the karmics that attempt to mess with these divine unions. That's just some of the things that I've seen happening thus far. So I'm not wishing this on anybody. These are things that is already happening to somebody that is karmics, that wouldn't let certain people live their life, wanted to interfere with certain people's lives for the wrong reasons. So, yep, due to codependency issues is the reason why. So, y'all just be mindful of who you connect with Now I'm going to do the mystery box because I love the mystery box. And this is the mystery box. Oops. And then I'm going to do the name basket and then Angel Oracle, and we'll be all done. Okay, so we got that for the mystery box. Here's the names. the mystery box. Did I do the Bible verses? I don't think I did. So we're going to do them. So we got 1 Corinthians 13:13, 2 Corinthians 5:7, Jonah 3:2-4, Proverbs 6:23, Galatians 5:22-23, and Isaiah 43:1. Alright, so let me move the mystery box. We're going to do names first. McKinney, Pepper, boy or girl name, Zeus, Lorenzo, Cullen, Nicole, Will, Faye, Lisa, Denise, Sharita, Nia, Jules, Queen, Knight, my nose, Curry, Shakir, Payne, Burkett, or Burkett, Chris, Skinner, Harris, Robin, Jess, Bam Bam, boy or girl name, George, Missy, Lawson, Tyra, Noah, Tom, Nancy, Azriel, Johnny, Curtis, Dominique, Williams, James, May, DeCalvaro, Latoya, Tez, Lucas, Adams, Smith, Stacy, Gigi, Bonnie, Corbin, boy or girl name, or I mean boy or last name, Ashley, Dee, boy or girl name, Terrence, Glover, Nelson, Lucas again, so there's 2 Lucases, Sarah, Cece, Wayne, Lucci, Ava, and that's 2 L words, Lucci and Lucas. Van Dam, Willis, Dior, Leanne, Wheaton, Todd, Pepper again, so it's 2 different Peppers, Rhodes, Candace, Bennett, Dominic, Perry, Tavares, Walter, Johnson, April, Serrano, Shane, Price, Jennifer, Ray, Ariel, Trey, Anderson, Olivia, Greggs, Carlos, Garnetto, Hef, Aisha, Nika, and Wells. All right. Now, to just go ahead and start with this on top. So someone was being dishonest. I am a dishonest person. I didn't have pure intentions when I started talking to you. Like I said earlier, there was some people, some masculines, definitely some feminines. I hate when my ring's about to fall out. There was some masculines, that was being dishonest, but also some feminines that was being dishonest to the masculine, causing the masculine to be dishonest to feminines. People don't understand the effect that spell work can really have on somebody. And if you really don't understand how all of this works, like, it can really mess people up. But that's water under the bridge, for me anyway. And I would suggest people to not hold resentment, stop dwelling in the past. The only way for change is to forgive and release and move forward so you can heal. Sometimes that healing's done together, sometimes it's done separately. So, could be something significant with someone's moon sign. And as soon as I said that, I was thinking Pisces. So maybe someone could be a Pisces moon sign that this has something to do with. But Pisces is the first thing that came to mind. Probably because they're like most emotional and stuff like that. And Pisces is an emotional sign. It's a lot of feelings and stuff. So you're getting more spiritual upgrades came out again. Okay. People's definitely getting spiritual upgrades from all different timelines and stuff. Or different situations, I should say. You need to be more patient. So, and maybe that was for me too. Don't think that some of these messages ain't for us that be the readers also. Some of these messages be for us also. It says you need to be more patient. Even the government had you all wrong. Now with that, you need to be more patient. That's for some people that wanted to take shortcuts to get things done. Not the people that's doing it the right way. Because we know there's some people doing it the right way, which is why the other cards that came out said there's no more struggle, there's no more delays. The time is now. You just gotta see where you are in that role. Don't overthink. And like I said earlier, you can't always talk with people about these type of divine unions, because if they themselves haven't been in a divine union, and they can't just say just because they're in a relationship it's a divine union. Not every relationship is a divine union. Some relationships are just meant to be that. It doesn't mean it's a divine union. So you can't always ask for advice from other people in relationships, because they're going to handle said relationships, but not in a divine way. If that makes sense. I didn't want to change. I was comfortable. That's what happens with a lot of people. A lot of people do get in relationships and they think that a relationship where things change is them being in the I guess you could say wrong relationship, because they want to be secure, they want the easy way out, but then they want all the gifts from with the relationships where you go through a little bit more testing. It doesn't mean that that testing is going to happen through the whole relationship, but with those relationships where you get those really big blessings or whatever like that, it's like dad will fast track you and give you all of the lessons up front, so that when he puts y'all back in the union, the lessons are already learned, so it can grow and prosper. So it's kind of like reverse from the other lessons, the other relationships. The other relationships, y'all will go slow and go with the flow and have fun, and everything will be steady and chill, and y'all are going to go through things, and somewhere down the line you might learn that y'all ain't compatible, or your ship, your things changed or whatever like that. With divine unions that was specifically orchestrated, God is going to put y'all through a whole bunch of lessons before you even meet. Then he's going to put you with a few lessons when y'all do meet, so that when you separate, because you're going to have a union where you meet, then you're going to have a separation after you've learned a little bit about each other and all of that, and y'all triggered each other enough. Y'all are going to trigger each other enough so you can do the proper healing away from each other, so it doesn't tarnish any more of the relationship. So these separations, divine masculine, divine feminine, needed to be had. They had to be between y'all. Y'all had to be separated, so it wouldn't tarnish the relationship anymore. But there's a point where y'all are supposed to get back together because y'all got things to do. But you've had to learn the lessons individually. It's called a self journey. Y'all had to individually learn those lessons so you can be prepared when you get back together, so the relationship can last and be a true love and be long lasting. That's how you know you can trust it. And that's why there are cycles that, because divine feminines right now, the ones that still chose to stay on the journey and the twin flame journey, those divine feminines are still single and waiting for their true love. There are some divine feminines that chose to go with a soulmate, and they chose to forfeit the twin flame inheritance and gifts and all of that. There are some divine masculines that are just now closing a cycle, because like I said, divine feminine learned it earlier on. She went through this long-term on and off cycle years before, and then divine masculine goes through it afterwards. So he's closing cycles. Both of them is actually closing cycles, divine masculine and divine feminine. Divine feminine is closing cycles with other people that might jeopardize her union with divine masculine, or putting said people in their place, stuff like that. You make all my dreams come true. Someone with a shortcut, deep waves, or bald head. Now, I think someone with a shortcut, deep waves, or bald head is saying that about divine feminine, but I also think divine feminine is saying that about someone with a shortcut, deep waves, or bald head. Another man. Oh, shit. I'm not happy. So there could be another man that's trying to get in divine feminine's energy, that is thinking, because divine feminine is on her throne, on her pedestal. So she's glowing, healing, evolving, doing her single, celibate for those that are. And because she's glowing, there are other people, men and female, that see divine feminine and try to shoot their shot or whatever, or are thinking about shooting their shot, because this is the season of love coming up. And in the last reading, we did have Athena and Aphrodite pop up. So someone's not happy. Oh, it could be another man that's not happy. Because divine feminine, divine masculine is focused on each other. Something to do with Minnesota. God is preparing you for union. I've been saying that the whole time. Something to do with Virginia. Something to do with a wing. So, yep, it's the wingman that's not happy. That's the other man. Another man that is not happy is the wingman. I didn't think I was good enough. And it could have been the wingman making divine masculine feel like he wasn't good enough. You know how you can have those certain friends. Oh, I dropped my earring. You can have those certain friends. Okay. You can have divine masculine can have other friends and masculines in its energy. Family or friends, because it says another man. So it could be family or friends. Or even another feminine, making them feel like he wasn't good enough. It could be someone with the initials PQRST that's going through this. I want to give you the world. I don't react when people mention your name or mention you. And that's probably why that moving in silence card came out. Which is good. You don't want everybody to know all your moves and stuff, because when you tell people before it happens, they can ruin your plans just by speaking ill will on it, whether they're around you or not. They could be like, oh, I don't want that to happen. And if they're strongly in your energy and they got enough people working with them, they can possibly make it happen. But at the end of the day, if it's love, it's love. And love will conquer all. So, and like I said, moving in silence, it could be something with the lyrics from Lady Gaga, Poker Face. So someone can be putting on a poker face for others. Again, reconciliation. Someone's definitely having a reconciliation real soon, because I want to say like 4 or 5 of those cards came out. Like that card came out on like every deck I used. It says, I don't love them like I love you. Divine masculine is saying that. And divine feminine, I want to feel like is saying that. So divine masculine knows, because that card came out saying I didn't feel like I was worth it. And that was divine masculine. But notice, and I want to say this as clear as possible, divine masculine. If you wasn't worth it, love, divine feminine wouldn't kept that spot open for you. She would actually be probably in a relationship, because it's been some time. The bond y'all have is unbreakable. If you wasn't worth it, God wouldn't have made it so in the first place. If you wasn't worth it, God wouldn't have matched y'all. So just know that you're worth it. But you gotta know it. It says, I'm dealing with the opposite sex right now, but I don't know why. I feel like some masculines in the energy could have been going through something where they got tricked into either dealing with the opposite sex. I remember way back when there was a reading, I think I did or I saw, where people was trying to set divine masculine up on dates, and or they was just going hanging out with friends at the club or the bar or whatever like that, and because someone wanted to set him up for whatever reason, to have that over his head as some sort of blackmail, they set him up with a transgender and actually recorded it or took pictures to be able to use it for blackmail for later on. I actually know of someone that told me a story like that before and said they might have did that to somebody, or they know of someone that might have did that to somebody, but it was years ago, so I don't really remember all of what they said about that, because that was like in passing. But people be really out here trying to do that just to blackmail people to hold something over their head to get something, and that's wrong. Something to do with a tall man or woman. I couldn't express all of my feelings for you. Anyone that is struggling with this, whether it's divine masculine or feminine, there's other ways of expressing your feelings. You can do it through a poem. You can either make one, or you can find one that expresses the words that you want to say to your other half. They have songs. They even have these cute little love books that you can find, and they'll put the little cartoon characters in it, and you can pick like the features, whether you want them to have braids or a fro or slick back hair or ponytail or whatever for the male and the female, or you could have two females or you could have two males. You can make the book however you want. They have certain words that's already written in it, and then they have where you can erase those words and write the words you want on each page. And you can make them a little book. They have some for Valentine's Day. It's called Love Book, so I think it's lovebook.com or lovebookonline.com, something like that. But if you look up Love Book, it'll show you all the options. They got some for Mother's Day. They got some for Valentine's Day. You could put you and your person's name in there. You could put if you want them to have glasses, different stuff like that. They have a lot of arts and crafts stuff that people can make that's personalized for people, like on Etsy and stuff like that, to show your appreciation and your love for someone if you can't express it verbally. Also, learn your person. If they tell you if their love language is physical touch, then maybe that's what you need to bring them, to show them how you care for them. Depending on where you stand with them or whatever like that, you might want to bring some flowers or something like that. You might want to send them a love song. You might want to like at least get up enough to ask them out or whatever like that. But if their love language is physical touch, then maybe you need to spark something up to get that going. And maybe things will run smooth after that. Don't people realize that, especially someone that's been celibate and single for a while, and if their love language is physical touch, don't you think they might come off to some people as a little grumpy because they ain't had that release in a minute? Yes, you can be all the spiritual in the world, but spiritual beings is because they got a lot of love in them too. And for someone where their love language is physical touch and they got all of that love built up because that's how they show their love too. Yeah, think about it. Adopted came out again. I think someone could be having some adoption issues. Someone could have lied about an adoption. Someone could want to blend families. Uh, Someone could have had someone adopt them for some kind of insurance fraud or whatever like that, and all of that's coming out. Um, Someone could either be fighting, dealing with some kind of legal issues due to an adoption. Like, say they got in a relationship with somebody and they ended up actually getting married, but then got a divorce. Whether someone was wearing a false mask or whatever like that, that could be dealing with that custody wise. Third house, house of communication, siblings, and peers. Someone could be working on that right now, which we did see the other card with the other deck says something about communication delays and stuff was no more. So someone could be working on that. I know I messed everything up. Nobody's perfect. And with 5:25 on the clock. So look up that angel number 2. That could be significant. Actually, let me look that up. Let me see what it says. Because I've been seeing a lot of 5s. So what's 5:25? So 5:25. Yeah, see? Says I know I messed everything up. And as soon as I said that, it said 5:25 on the timer, which it still says that here. And 5:25 is a sign to evaluate your life to see if it's out of balance. And maybe that's why someone is reevaluating their communication skills and their friend circles and their communication with siblings and peers. Because if you don't set healthy boundaries with them as well, that's where people can have the misillusion of thinking that they have control over you when you don't set proper healthy boundaries with said siblings and peers. And that is another reason why when I say communication is key all around. It does not matter if it's love relationship. Communication is key in every relationship. Relationship with your pets, so they know their boundaries. You're not going to sit there and let your dog jump up on the counter and all this other stuff, right? I already trained my cats. It took me a little while when we first moved to this place, but I had to train my cats because my mom had that boundary, but a little bit. It wasn't really under her control like that. But anyway, the cats jumping on the counters, because you know they like jumping on high places. They started that at first, and I nipped that in the butt real quick. So you don't never see them trying to do that no more. Boundaries, and healthy boundaries. As far as peers and siblings, if you have an issue with your mate, you're supposed to discuss that with your mate. If you don't feel like you can with your mate at the time, you go to God first. Because not anybody's relationship is not like another body's relationship. I really hope that made sense right there. Closure. Communication is key also because of closure. Sometimes people not having closure can create a whole bunch of other confusion. Someone might want to end it and someone might not want to end it, but then they don't know where they stand. And someone might not want to end it. They just want to put it on hold because they're dealing with something else. But because they didn't communicate it correctly, then they end up thinking the other person doesn't want them because they didn't be like, yo, like, I just got to handle this first. I do still want you, or I do still want to see where we're headed, or if there's a place where we can head to, but I need to fix this first. Communication is key. I didn't realize who you were to me. That's also another reason why. When you have a lot of third parties, which is people, places, or things. It doesn't always have to be a love interest on the side, no sneaky link or nothing like that. Sometimes third parties can be mama, daddy, brother, sister. Sometimes third parties can even be your children. Sometimes third parties can be your work, your lifestyle. So that's why proper communication is needed. So there's an understanding on both sides. I'm afraid of commitment. We all be afraid of commitment sometimes. King of Wands. That's a sexy mother right there. It gets a lot of attention. Actually, let me make sure I say the correct thing for King of Wands. Let me see what's King of Wands. All right, King of Wands. There we go. Might as well get Queen too, just in case she comes out. And I'll get Cups. All right. All right, so King of Wands is being in charge, decisiveness, independence, loyalty, optimism, impulsiveness, unexpected income. Someone who inspires others to creative achievement. An adventurous man who takes charge and initiates many projects. So there's a King of Wands here. Oh shit. That happen to have toxic lifestyle. Drinking enables bad choices. Enablers, bad choices, partying, drugs, unhealthy, promiscuous. They could have been in that energy. Because there's a difference between a King of Wands in upright and a King of Wands in reverse. King of Wands in reverse, if they was into the toxic lifestyle, that means they was lying, deviousness, prejudice, a liar and a devious person, one whose main focus is self-promotion. But then there's a King of Cups. So I'm taking it that they could have been into toxic lifestyles and all of that. And that's why they're working on their third house with was it the third house? Yeah, third house with communication, siblings, and peers. Because they got love in their heart for one. And they got that creative spark. And they in charge, so they took their power back. Oh, shit. Because they had to let go of those toxic lifestyles. Because someone had something to do with sex trafficking somewhere in their energy. And they couldn't face their truth. So, and their baby mom set them up. So they moving in silence. And they want to dive in and take a leap of faith. And there's secrets in there. But balance is needed. One person is given too much in the relationship. Twin flames. A Gemini is involved, or a Gemini energy. Something to do with Wisconsin. And it could be someone of Atlantean descent. They want you to stay. I wish you could give me a sign. I still have a chance. You still have a chance. I feel like I'm understanding this connection. We're supposed to help each other understand this connection. And I'm speaking from myself being a divine feminine and empress to another divine feminine or divine masculine. We are supposed to help each other grow, heal, and evolve and learn this together. If you really feel like you're a divine feminine, hi. If you really feel like you're a divine feminine, know that even though you run across a certain divine masculine, even though he might not be your divine masculine, it doesn't mean you're not going to get your divine masculine. When you start trying to compete with another divine feminine, that's where you lower your vibration and it can mess up what you got coming to you. Someone had cold feet and they feeling like ish, and they kicked her out. So I'm guessing that is the baby mom that tried to set them up. They kicked out because they was unfaithful. And there's something in the lyrics by Rihanna called Unfaithful. It says, I wish I could share my good news with you. I let my ego get the best of me. Something to do with Florida. Or someone could want to move to Florida. Or someone could have lived in Florida. Something to do with the summer. Which, when I did the zodiac signs, June did come out. Sweet talker. You are my wish fulfillment. And that's why they want to have a reconciliation with you. Something to do with a Cancer could be involved. That could be the baby mom energy. That can be in the baby mom's chart. That can be in the siblings or the peers chart. Someone was putting on a facade because they didn't think they was worthy, which this is the second self-worth card that came out. Masculines, you are worth it. Kings, emperors, empresses, queens, you are worth it. If you was not worth it, you want to have your awakening. God wouldn't have elevated you this much. He wouldn't have gave you this much clarity. he wouldn't have gave you the opportunities that's coming towards you, and some that you already turned down. If you was not worth it, you wouldn't have had that coming towards you. And sometimes he'll send you those opportunities, even though he knows what you want and that you're preparing for union for what you want. He will send it to help boost your morale with yourself, because he knows you're a black sheep and you don't have many around you when you're a loner. I don't like saying black sheep. I say black shepherds. We go through these life lessons so we can help lead and grow and evolve the collective. So we're leaders. We are shepherds of the sheep. Shepherds mainly lead the sheep, and then there's the livestock. So if you're a shepherd, you get the downloads and you get the information and you know what's what. You don't already have the lessons to know how to maneuver, do certain stuff. And then you're supposed to teach the sheep. So then the sheep can teach those under them. That means that they have to have a shepherd that's an upright, that's leading correctly to lead them. Because you don't want the blind leading the blind. And that's why it's important for us to use our time wise. Not be inconsistent. Something to do with the lyrics Drunken Love. Masculines, if you are drinking, trying to suppress what you're feeling, don't. I want to, I'm going to finish this reading, yes. But I'm going to start being on here for y'all masculines and for y'all feminines to ask any questions y'all have. You could do it incognito, however you want to do it, but y'all got to stop suppressing your feelings. When you don't feel, you can't deal to heal. And that's the only way you're going to move forward. That's the only way you're going to get what you want. Because God looks at your heart. So if you got resentment and anger and all of that still in you, if you're suppressing it, whether it's with meds, whether it's overindulging too much with either sex or drinking or any other vice, it's going to cloud your judgment. It's going to leave you open to those spiritual attacks, to where those entities, those Jezebels, can come and sway you more easily because you don't let that go. Yes, these feelings are overwhelming, but have you ever tried? No, you didn't. I'm going to tell you you didn't, because you're not with your divine feminine. But have you ever tried dealing with your feelings? You done tried every corner in the world but your divine feminine. And you done had every nudge, every pathway, every two paths that you had to lead you to either another Jezebel or someone that didn't serve you. You always had two roads. It would be a divine feminine and that other person, or that other way, or that other career, or that other thing. And you would always choose everything other than your divine feminine. What if? You know how they be saying that saying, change your mindset, change your outcome. And the definition of insanity is choosing the same thing. Always choosing the other path other than divine feminine. So you're choosing the same type of path, because it's almost like there's light and dark. You always end up choosing the dark path because that's where divine feminine is not. You choose every path but your divine feminine and wonder why the outcome is the same. You never gave divine feminine a chance like you gave everything and everybody else. Have you ever thought about why that is? So that's what I'm gonna be here to help. I'm gonna help all my masculines and all my feminines. I say masculines not to be connected to y'all because I know who my person is, but because I lived in a provider role, and with my last relationship before I met my person, in my last relationship, I had to be the provider. I had to be head of household. So I am familiar with the things that men have to go through because I had to live it for 20 plus years, over 24 years, and still doing it now because it's just me and my children. And I've been single for years since my separation. I have not got into another relationship. So technically, I want to say all my life, besides middle school and all of that. In middle school, I want to say I had only like 2 playboy friends or whatever like that. So since that, I met my ex-husband in high school, and junior year, actually the summer of me leaving middle school. So I've been with my ex since me starting 9th grade, actually, all the way up until like 5 years ago. So, but that was God teaching me a whole bunch of lessons, and I know that wasn't my person, but and I don't regret it. I got 3 beautiful babies out of it, all from the same person. I just don't have no contact with him. Haven't had contact with him for years. But I know how scary it can be for divine masculines to have a change in lifestyle, being comfortable and secure with how you've been living all of this time, and to have a change and actually accept a divine way of living. It's really not that bad. Everybody be looking at me while I'm on my like Star Maker and my Smule and my Instagram and my YouTube, and I just be vibing out with y'all, and I can pretty much do the same things I've been doing when everybody liked me before, when I was vibing and stuff. I could do the same stuff. I'm just doing it with one person when I'm with that one person. So right now, I'm celibate and single. But when I'm with my person, we gonna vibe out. And it's gonna be the same fun and stuff. But if y'all don't up your vibration, the spiritual attacks can attack you. That is why divine feminines try so hard. It's not that we're trying to be clingy. It's not that we're trying to control the situation, but when we care about someone so bad and we see others that may be pulling them down the wrong road, if we don't say nothing, that's like us not loving y'all. When someone loves you, whether it's gonna hurt or not, we gotta tell you the real. And sometimes the truth hurts. And that's what triggers y'all. Same thing with y'all with us. I got told from my person before, even though I wasn't drinking a lot and I wasn't overindulging, when they did see me online, I was drinking. So it seemed to others like I was drinking. But I didn't have any resentment or anger because they was telling me. Because the way they told me too, they pulled me to the side and was like, look, that's not a good look. I don't want you out here getting hurt or played, or someone picking at you or messing with you, trying to think you an alkie or whatever like that. So I'm just warning you because I care. That's what someone does when they love you. That's what someone does when they care. They're not going to enable you. Like this card said, where's it at? Toxic lifestyles. Toxic lifestyles, drinking, enablers, bad choices, partying, drugs, unhealthy, promiscuous. I am in no way, shape, or form judging anybody because I did pretty much everything on here. They consider weed drugs. I smoke green. Me and Mother Nature, Mother Gaia is like this, okay? It's not for everybody, but it's for me. So I smoke it occasionally. It doesn't mean I overindulge in it. Drinking, occasional. Going to a bar or a party, if so. And even then, it might be a shot. Trying not to overdo it, because anything you do in excess amount is not good for you. It's considered a bad choice. Not saying you have to stop drinking, not saying you have to stop smoking. It's just saying set boundaries. Because when you get to the point to where you can no longer control your vessel, that is where they take the control of your vessel and make you make bad choices. That is where they can get in your mental and cause the illusions and mess with your narrative to where you then think you're divine feminine, and other people that may be good for you. That's where the evil comes in and makes you think that they're not good for you. And then you cut the wrong people out of your life. Promiscuous. Your health is your wealth. Your body is a very important part of that because that's your health. Not just your mental. That's why you got to watch what music you listen to and stuff too, because every chorus you rap and sing is a mantra. It's spell work. So if you're not speaking life and love into you, you're speaking death and all of that into your life. You're attracting, with law of attraction, that type of energy. Whether you want to believe it or not, that's what happens. Promiscuous, sleeping around with multiple people, whether you want to settle down or not, when you do that, you're opening up your vessel to unhealthy attachments. Whatever mental instability that that person that you're sleeping with has now becomes attached to you. Whatever soul ties that person has now becomes attached to you. Every single soul tie and attachment that you have attached to you from sleeping with someone that is either sleeping with multiple people or you yourself sleeping with multiple people keeps you in delay that much longer from the person or people whose lives you was meant to be in. Because until those soul ties are successfully broken, you sleeping with those same people or sleeping with that same person and that person sleeping with other people or that person not being your person, as long as you are attached to another person, your divine counterpart will not be coming in because they already cleared their energy. They are celibate and single. That's why God sends them the other opportunities towards them. You might have opportunities come towards you, but they could very well be a whole bunch of Jezebel, thirsty thought ones. I'm only saying that because that's on one of the cards, so that's what they will be considered. It will either say Jezebel or thirsty thought. And that's just the energy that they're in. There's no sugarcoating that shit. If they're coming to you for money, if they're coming to you to steal you from somebody else and not for the purposes of love, just because they want to one up that other female, then they a thirsty thought. That's what it is. Fifth dimension. And you could tell the difference because you'll have somebody that the connection will feel so intense that it'll feel like they put a spell on you. Your divine feminine did not put a spell on you. Their copycat put a spell on you. Your divine feminine is who you communicate with in the fifth dimension. The copycat was jumping in y'all's dream state, trying to fuck with shit until they got banned out of there. Banned, security, God blocked that shit. And then that's when they had to up their measures. Fifth dimension, intuitive communication. You are connected at a soul level. And that's the difference between those bonds too. Some people have connections on a soul level, and some people like a spiritual. There's spiritual ties and there's soul ties. Something about the lyrics, Dreaming of You by Selena. Family members are karmics, which I was just saying that with the card with the third house, saying communication, peers, and siblings. That's why communication and setting healthy, firm boundaries, that'll keep all the karmics in check. Take your power back. You know, some people be thinking, like, for instance, and I'm not even gonna lie, my mom could tell you. I even had to tell my mom. And some people be like, oh, that's your mom, blah, blah, blah. Look, when you're a little pick-me, right? A pick-me, and you graduate from high school to go to college, that is when that first tie is broken from the parents, where you're going out exploring the world on your own and you're figuring out your own path for you. Then later on down the line, and that's if you go to college. Sometimes it could be just you moving out and going into the workforce. Later on down the line, you meet somebody, you get in a relationship, a contract, a partnership. When that happens, it's supposed to be you and them against the world. And that's only the ones that's done with love. I'm not talking about no contractual agreement where it's just a business partnership and y'all doing it for the money and there's no love there and you want to have an open relationship and all this other shit. That's not the real relationships I'm talking about, because those ain't real relationships. That's a damn business transaction. That's a partnership. That's a contractual agreement. That wasn't based on love. And therefore, in God's eyes, those are not divine, sacred unions, and they ain't gonna last anyway, because it wasn't based on love. Because at the end of the day, even if it was a business, say you the masculine, and it was your business idea, you gonna have your blood, sweat, and tears and love all in it. That other person's gonna be just thinking about the initial, how much money it's gonna bring in. Now, say for instance, your energy is good at the time, masculine, and everything's running good. And that person just happened to have good energy at the time because unknowingly they might have been an energy vampire with somebody else. So they get in a partnership with y'all. Y'all thinking everything's all gravy and shit, but there was no love there. But it worked for you at the time. Not realizing it was a lesson that you were supposed to be learning from God to show you that love has to be in it on both ends for it to work. Because masculine, if you're not in the correct partnership and your other half doesn't love you or love the shit that you do, they're not going to be able to come up with the mental ideas and stability to help you make that shit grow. They're not going to be able to support you and help it grow when you're down, when your ideas ain't flowing like that, when you need that extra energy boost, and for your energy and your mental to be flowing to make up new ideas, because everything's not going to be able to stay stable where it's already at. Just like the world, just like people, just like every minute of every day, things are going to be changing. So you're going to have to keep up with the Joneses. And that person's going to have to be invested with their heart in it like you are too. Not just here, gimme, 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 taking money and shit. They're going to have to be able to build that shit with you. And if they're not your right partner, and that's why a lot of masculines are figuring that out right now. Their divine feminine is the Wheel of Fortune. Their counterpart that God picked for them, their sacred union, the reason why they're sacred unions is because divine masculines are going to be able to initiate it. Like I said, King of Wands. They're going to be in charge. They're going to have decisiveness, independence, loyalty, optimism, impulsiveness, unexpected income. With that unexpected income and them inspiring other people's creative achievement, their divine feminine is going to have idea after idea, enough to make them a damn billionaire. And I know that because the amount of shit that's in my head right now, I can make a couple of masculines and a couple of feminines billionaires. And they would have been already if said people didn't make me secluded or a black sheep. And a lot of people's learning that later on, but that's a whole nother story. And that's happening with a lot of feminines right now and a lot of masculines that are learning who their real feminine is. They didn't know they was under illusions. They didn't know. But the amount of shit I got in my head can make communities, make jobs and businesses for others. But how I have it set up and how I can start it is all in my mental. I ain't write it down. I ain't put it in my phone so nobody can steal my shit. My shit is in my mental. So if I'm going, they ain't having that shit. Release, radical acceptance and surrender can help you let go. A lot of people is realizing since the real first of the year is about to come, when springtime is here, which is almost here, when springtime comes, it's the actual new year. A lot of people don't pay attention to that because they think, oh, just January 1st. Not realizing how many times this calendar changed, how many times they done changed it, depending on the planets and astrology and all of that. They changed the calendar many times. But the real beginning of the year is whenever you see spring coming, whenever that season is where you start seeing things blossoming and starting to grow. That means you should have already let go of what no longer serves you to make room for the new. When that shit starts growing, you're going to have other stuff start growing. I can't imagine living life without you. Longing, someone's longing for you. Someone wants to take a trip. Airplane, train, boat, travel, take off, run away, vacation. I think a lot of people's going to be doing that too anyway because Valentine's Day is coming up. I always wanted to go to this place called I was about to say Sonabella. I do want to get Sonabella, but I wasn't talking about Sonabella. It's something called it's Sona something with an S. And they got these rooms and stuff. I saw it online. They got these rooms and stuff. They're like little condos that's separated hotel rooms because you go in and it looks like little mini houses, but it's the house and it got like a pool and a jacuzzi and all this other shit in the inside. And it's like a little couples vacation thing. I always wanted to go to that. I couldn't let you get close to me. But I'm fine too with Netflix and chill. Like really, I'd rather just chill with my person and cuddle and watch Marvel movies or funny shit. I don't know. I like the simple things. Firestorm. Someone could be going through or expecting a firestorm because of whatever separation, or they could have went through a firestorm. Karma, drama, endings, loss, mental breakdown. Oh, yeah, someone went through a firestorm because someone got rejected. And they had an ego and pride death. And now they don't care anymore. Someone got an STD or STI. I want you to be the mother of my children or child. First house, house of self, identity, self, physical appearance, and temperament. There's I wanted to say this way earlier too. The other karmic femmes, or karmic masculines for that matter, there was some karmic femmes and karmic masculines that they're not understanding that the reason for some of their mental breakdowns and all of that is because of the backfire from the spell work that they was trying to put on divine masculine, divine feminine. The only way out of that is to heal. That means they have to go within. That means they have to figure out why they was trying to be somebody else in the first place. Like really evaluate themselves. And only they can do it. That's the thing with this inner work and this self-love and these awakenings. You're the only one that can do the work. No one can do the work for you, and you can't steal it from somebody else. You have to do the inner work and figure out why you feel the way you do about that person, why you feel the way you do about that other person, why you feel the way about this situation. Why do you feel like you're not enough, that you don't deserve someone to love you for you, instead of you having to resort to spell work to force somebody to love you? Divine masculines, I know a lot of y'all, not all of y'all, but a lot of y'all was coerced into doing spell work. Some of y'all didn't even believe in spell work and stuff, so you've had your karmic femmes and baby moms and all of that telling y'all to say certain things, and y'all was thinking it was mantras and motivation and affirmation, but really it was spell work that she was making you be a part of and you didn't even know. That's with some people. There's some people that they didn't even realize they was doing spell work at all. They didn't realize that their thoughts was manifesting certain things and that was sending it out to the ethers. And it was coming off as black magic and voodoo and stuff, because especially if you're feeling some type of way, having a misunderstanding with divine feminine or whatever like that, and you say, oh, I wish that bitch should blah, blah, blah. You saying certain stuff like that, that goes out to the ethers. Not to mention, half of the time y'all thought divine feminine wasn't even divine feminine. Y'all thought she was the copycat. But if y'all would have took time to watch any of these readings where it was talking about divine feminine and divine masculine, you would have seen, or for any of these readings, who the real divine feminine and who the copycat was. Because on all of these readings, divine masculine, it's saying that you with somebody else, or that you're about to get separated from somebody else, or that you just recently separated from somebody else. And that's after you found the truth. And then if you watch these readings, it says you was with somebody. So if you was with somebody and it's telling you, but that person that you're with is doing spell work on your real divine feminine, you should know that the person you was with all of this time wasn't your divine feminine. Because all of the readings that I came across myself, and I support all the readers and the prophets and prophetess and all of that, me supporting all of them, I seen all the different scenarios. Me seeing that, they clearly say that the person you was with, unless you know you went through the union and the separation and then the reunion. There's a lot of masculines that got in reunions recently or reconciliations. And the ones that got in the reconciliations recently are just now realizing that they made that mistake again, because if they were still drinking, trying to suppress their feelings when they was in solitude from their divine feminine and the copycat, when they was in seclusion and they was self-reflecting and all of that, if you're drinking and stuff and you're suppressing it, that is going to make you more susceptible. If the person came back from the past and you was already with them and you broke up with them again for like the 50th time, and you know what all the other readings was saying you was with the ex or you was with the baby mama, because a lot of y'all didn't have a baby with your divine feminine yet. You might want her to be the mother of your child, and she might want to be the mother of your child, but it doesn't mean y'all got in a relationship yet. Y'all got to understand that most of y'all didn't even get the relationship off the ground because of said baby mother or other karmics in the energy. Think about it. If all of these people is trying to keep y'all separated from one person and everybody else is working together, don't you think that's for a reason? Just think about it. This situation involves weddings. Something to do with a Mars sign. Be still. That's all you got to do. Self-reflect. Be still. You might not want to think about a lot of the things. I know. I've done a lot of self-reflecting. It's not easy. You will cry at times. You will get angry at times. You will sometimes want to say F the whole thing, but you know you really don't mean that. You just in the moment are feeling like that, or be like, but you got to learn to forgive. You got to forgive for yourself and understand that people make mistakes and they might need time out of your life to heal, and so you can heal from them. So they might not be able to be in your life at that time, but forgive them for yourself so you can give yourself the closure that you need, because you won't be able to move forward if you still have resentment and anger. You won't be able to move forward with a clear head and a clear conscience and manifest what you want if you still got hate on your heart. Everything, and the only way to manifest is with love. And in order to do that, you have to have an open heart chakra so you can do it with love. So if your heart is closed because you got all that hate and anger, that's what you're going to manifest. That's what's going to come to you, because that's the only energy that you're emanating. Open your heart and do it with love, and you will manifest. Love spells only work on those that love you back and that you're showing love to. You can't play with a divine feminine and treat her like she don't matter and play in her face, even if it's for your peers and your siblings, and think that you're just going to do the love spell behind the scene and that's going to work. How you treat her out in public is the same way it should be behind doors. Oh, these two came out again. You don't have the answers. So there's a karmic somewhere in there hating. And karmics will say that. They'll be like, oh, you don't got the answers and all of that, because they want you to second guess your own intuition and your own discernment, not realizing that some of our spiritual upgrades was heightened discernment and heightened intuition. Sometimes when it says that we get an inheritance and an upgrade, sometimes the inheritance is that. It's not always money, because the money will come if we're able to make better decisions for our life. Physical altercation, which we saw with the other card. Someone wanted a girl fight to come. I'm so attracted to you. What God planned, no man can go against. And that's what the karmics are realizing. All the ones that gave up when they were supposed to, they're going to start seeing their blessings coming in. Because even though they might have been on the bandwagon at first with the copycat and all the hidden stuff behind the scenes to go against divine feminine, divine masculine, they was in the wrong, but they was also under spell work. Like I said, the copycat didn't just put spell work and manipulation and all that on divine masculine. They also did it on those in y'all circle to make them feel like they was the better option so they can vouch for them and shit. So they was all going against God. When divine feminine, when God had to have divine feminine to start speak her truth and do her purpose, the truth was shown. It woke some people up, because that was divine feminine's purpose in the first place, was to awaken people so they can be the better version of themselves. Basically, in a nutshell, divine feminines was put in a whole bunch of different communities as an earth angel to help a whole bunch of peoples grow, heal, and evolve. Some of them was supposed to be to change the world. Some of them was supposed to be a better version of themselves. Some of them was supposed to be millionaires and billionaires and start new careers. But because they didn't treat divine feminine as such, God removed her from said different communities. That's another reason why divine feminine's energy is so high value, and why a lot of people is trying to sabotage her to be with her divine masculine, because when she's with her divine masculine, he is her protector. And then when he's her protector, their union is protected and they will be a power couple. And so on and so forth. Ain't paying them no mind. Memories. And ain't paying them no mind is the people that's trying to go against God's plan. At this point in the journey, I think divine masculine and divine feminine is not paying any of the hate any mind, because they know that with this union, there's going to be haters. And if they ain't hating on you, you ain't doing nothing right. So they're now realizing that this union is protected. Put it this way. Someone feels like they missed out on this opportunity. Some may have. And the only way for you to find that out is to know if your divine feminine is in another relationship or not. I know for a fact that some are not, because I know some divine feminines, and I myself am a divine feminine in the Empress, and I am still completely single and celibate. So I know for a fact I'm not in a relationship. So if I'm not in a relationship, how can my masculine miss their opportunity? And this, me not being in a relationship, is by choice. Someone says you are caught up. Someone's caught up on some shady stuff. And they're fed up. My family, friends didn't want us together. Like I said, Then the card came up as self. They're caught up. It's family and friends that didn't want them together. Um, some people don't realize that even with this, sometimes it can be strictly friends, but it can be the friends group that is so close to you that feels like family. Sometimes it's not even family. So that's why people are supposed to take the roles as they see fit. Like, pick the roles as they see fit. Someone's having an awakening, or many people are having an awakening. I just told y'all about the thirsty thoughts card. And like I said, there's thirsty thoughts, and or maybe the thirsty thoughts is having an awakening because they're not getting their way with divine masculine, and they can't attack divine feminine because they can't get to her. God's not allowing it, and he's knocking them over the head every time they try. So I think they're having an awakening. I know for me personally, when I do return to senders, I say return to sender, but I say I wish them healing because I don't want nothing bad to happen to anybody. I know how it was when I wasn't awakened, and I really didn't know. Like, literally, I'm learning all of this spirituality in like the last 3 years. And it's really been like a little bit here or there, on and off. So I didn't know anything about this. Like, back in the day, my ex used to study certain stuff, but I was never, I didn't like reading books and stuff like that. Plus, I was working so much, I didn't really have time for that. I would literally knock out as soon as I got home after either cooking or running errands, bring them to doctor's appointments, all this other stuff. So I didn't study all of this. Sometimes I would even wake up with my ex legs wrapped around me, him thinking, like, it was some crazy shit. I'm thinking like demons was trying to have sex with me while I was sleeping and all of this. I said, you need to leave that shit alone that you messing with, because so I know how it feels to not believe in some of this stuff. And that's why I go so hard and have the longer videos where I explain it a little bit more in depth than they do on the readings and stuff that we watch, because I know they're worried about getting the certain time lengths, and eventually I'll get there. But they do the certain time lengths where they want to make sure that it gets counted and stuff as far as YouTube and all of that. I'm still learning the YouTube rules. Right now, I'm more concerned about getting the information out to y'all so you don't get stuck. Because a lot of the people right now that is going to be moving forward, there's going to be some people moving forward, and there's going to be some people that don't move forward. They're going to be stuck in another 10-year loop if they don't get it together. They're going to be stuck in Karmicville, is what we call it. And I don't want that. Someone might end up in a hospital. Unfortunately, some of these thirsty thoughts might end up in a hospital. I'm seeing mental hospital. I'm seeing like an actual physical hospital, because we did see the STD, STI thing, so someone could get sick. I did see travel, airplane, train, all of that. So someone could possibly get in an accident trying to rush and go somewhere to try to stop a divine being from moving forward. So I'm really hoping that they don't take that route, because as soon as that intention is put out to the universe, our ancestors and our guardian angels is alerted. If they feel like we're in danger, because they're gonna be watching all of y'all that's messing with their divine beings. Our angels watch y'all to see what y'all are up to, which is a lot of times why we get how we get our downloads and our messages. So they're watching all of y'all. Whoever tries to step foot towards their divine being, they won't make it to their divine being. So you take the roles as you see fit. Whatever you was planning to do, that divine being, that's how backfires happen. It's going to come back to you, whatever you wished on or tried to plot on their divine being. karmic partner, conventional relationship, duty bond by societal conventions. A lot of people is realizing that they've been in karmic partnerships this whole time. Some of them was orchestrated by family and friends, setting them up with other people. Some was orchestrated by friends and family. A lot of people not realizing that the reason why the friends and family orchestrated is because they had side deals going on. Yo, if you get in a relationship with such and such, then I'm gonna help you get this, and you gonna get this money out of them, or you gonna get this out of them, whether it's a house or a car, whatever like that, and then I'm gonna share it with you, and blah. This is how these karmics was plotting. I've been watching the stories for quite a bit, and this is how they've been plotting. And then because divine feminine is intuitive and all of that, and some of those family and friends know that, they want to hush divine feminine up because she sees what her masculine doesn't see. Just like on her side, her masculine sees what she don't see. That's why he's meant to be her protector. But people think, oh, divine feminine, empress, blah, blah, blah. She got to be on her queen stuff and sit in her throne and all of that. Divine feminine's a warrior too. Divine feminine does have her throne, but she also has her sword. That's why an empress is all four queens, including the Queen of Swords. She can hold her own too. She had to make sure she went through those roles and stuff too, so she can even make it to where she can have a union with her masculine. So don't get it twisted. Divine feminine can hold her own too. 11th house, house of friendships, hopes, goals, and social networks. So someone's 11th house might be changing, or they might be making changes to it. Praying, faith, healing, and meditation. I love you. Yeah. First thing that came to mind was thirsty thoughts, scammers, and thief. And when I did the Kipper deck at the beginning, thief, false person, the lady with the red dress, scammers, thieves. And I personally know they're out there because I done heard in the last few years that they got a whole setup. New York, the Carolinas, over on the West Coast, and they play in the medical field, and then they use people's information, find out who got money, and try to scam people. So FYI to y'all men, when you're getting catfished in the inbox, be mindful of that. Because people getting real desperate out here. Some people really don't know about spirituality, so they don't know the wrath of God that's about to come on them. So they still trying everything possible to set dudes up. Like we just saw, it said baby mom tried to set him up. Then it said somebody was caught up. Scammers and thieves. Talking about money and inheritance. So y'all be careful out here. If anything, divine masculine, I would trust your divine feminine, because your divine feminine standing alone, and God still got her back over all of them that's trying to come against her, group after group, multiple groups, because she's not on that type of time. So if she got to stand alone to make it, she's able to stand alone because she got the same trust issues you got, homie. You deserve love. She working on her too. You came closer than anyone. I regret lying to you. And it was a trap. Cancer came out again. Yo, there's definitely a Cancer. Because there was, yep, right here. Cancer came out twice again. And it came out twice in the reading right before this. So it's definitely a Cancer involved. I don't want to run anymore. There's a Queen of Pentacles. And don't be laughing at my little money symbol. Another woman. So we had another man and another woman. Like I said, masculines. It's on both sides. When I was holding those cards up and I said divine feminine on this side and all those blockages was in front and divine masculine was on this side, all those blockages in front. They was trying to every corner, every avenue, trying to keep y'all separated. And it was up to y'all to pass those tests to get through those blockages. And now that y'all are through those blockages, people are trying to come and jump in front and make more blockages. But all y'all have to do is connect, because y'all done both made it past all the blockages. There's no more delays. I got tricked into leaving you. It was never my intention. Then go back. Self-love. Your divine feminine can help you self-love. And she'll actually understand and give you the time that you need to self-love. She might even give you tips and tricks. Don't y'all be seeing like on Instagram where they show the couples be self-loving together. Washing his beard and stuff if he got one. Retwisting his dreads and giving him a face mask, and him massaging her feet and massaging her back with the body oils and getting a nice warm steam towel and all of that, and putting little hors d'oeuvres on the side with the cheese and the grapes and all of that, and having a wine and a movie night or just music playing and y'all just vibe out. That's a self-love couple session. You don't have to be alone to self-love. You don't have to be alone to make your money masculine, because your divine feminine can make her own if she wanted to. She can help you make a lot more with the ideas and knowledge that she has. And you can run ideas off of her and her give you ideas to make your abundance without having her hand out, without wishing you ill will, without setting you up, because she only wanted the best for you, whether you was with her or not. She loved you unconditionally, still loves you unconditionally. That is not a bond that can be broken. So whether you're with somebody or not, your divine feminine still loves you. It's up to you and how you show up to her, if you're going to come as you or if you're going to come with the facade. That's going to determine if you get another chance with her, or vice versa for divine feminine. That's why divine feminine tries to make it a point to show up as herself. She ain't got nothing to hide. Damn near everything was either falsely told on her for her to get exposed, or she exposed it herself telling her truth. So she don't have nothing to hide. She will literally be an open book for you and tell you everything you want to know about her. It doesn't mean she's going to tell everybody else, but she will tell you. Identical twin. It could be something to do with an identical twin or a copycat. I was manipulated. I'm guessing it was the copycat and it was manipulated. I want to make love to you. I'm exhausted. You're going to be exhausted if you make love to divine feminine, because she got a lot of reserves in the tank, you know? Just saying. Thug. Could be a thug. So divine masculine, a little thug. Okay. Almost Doesn't Count by Brandy. Love language, mental stimulation. You know, I just realized why my nickname could have been called Danger or Dangerous a little bit, right? Because I realized like one of my love languages besides physical touch is the mental stimulation. Having mental stimulation as a love language, and you know what, never mind. Let's just say how someone can say things to you or do things can do things mentally. And I think that's where a lot of people got the promiscuous part misconstrued with the Queen of Wands portion of Divine Feminine. Because Divine Feminine can have like the sex appeal and all of that stuff, just like the Jezebel. That's why they're so close alike. But whereas the Jezebel is for the streets, Divine Feminine is only for the one person she's messing with. Even though she might be a star and not dimming her light and performing and be comfortable being freely in her body, she's still not sharing her vessel with multiple people. That's the difference between Divine Feminine and the Jezebel. Bored. And then Fun Time. That's crazy how that came out. So Bored came out and then Fun Time came out. And then 8th house. House of Transformation. And I like how that came out because Bored to Fun Time. See, when Divine Feminine was first going through her awakening, spiritual birth, so that's confirmation, she could have seemed a little bored because she didn't know what was happening. It's almost like because she was walking on eggshells around everybody, being considered a black sheep and an outcast, her walking on eggshells, dimming her light for everybody else. They wanted her to seem like she was boring because their light wasn't shining that bright, because they was insecure that they couldn't match Divine Feminine's energy. They wanted Divine Feminine to dim her light, to make her seem boring, so Divine Masculine wouldn't be interested in her. And then they got to be themselves and do all the Jezebel acts. So then when Divine Feminine started growing and evolving and learning more about herself and started getting secluded already, she was like, fuck it, I'm gonna be myself. And her being herself, it made it seem like to the masculines that she then was copying them. But that's because the Jezebels and the other feminines saw Divine Feminine's energy before masculine did. And they was able to shut that down. Oh, she's doing too much. She ain't got to do all of that. Why can't she just be chill? And because at the time, Divine Masculine wanted to fit in and all this other stuff, wanted to please everybody, keep the peace, which there's nothing wrong with keeping the peace and all of that, but sometimes you just can't have it in certain situations, because if it's gonna mess with your morality, your integrity, your character on who you are, then you don't need to be in that situation. For them to think, for you to fit in, you have to dim your light and be like them, because they not like us, okay? 8th house, personal, is a personal journey, personal evolution and transformation, and shared resources. That is the relationship that divine feminine and divine masculine is supposed to have. After they learn who's for them and who's not, that's why towards the end of it, it seems like it's just them by themselves. Until they get in union, which is why God wanted it like that. By the end, God shows you all who's around you, and then he secludes you. He puts you in union, so then y'all can work together as a team and figure out who's for you and who's not. It's almost like y'all have your own debate and conversation on who stays and who goes, compromising, not compromising, etc., etc., building and growing, because you can't help others if you don't help yourself. If divine masculine and divine feminine was meant to grow and evolve and build an empire and a legacy so that others can be able to eat off of it, that means they have to be left the fuck alone so they can do that. They have to be able to have their freedom to build so they can help everybody else. If you so busy trying to drain their energy and drain their resources, how the fuck do you think you're going to get the money to come in? Excuse my French, but that's where I'm at with it right now. How are they supposed to build and get the money that y'all so desperately want if y'all keep trying to strip us from it, and then you don't know how to keep it going to keep the money coming in? Then you got to find your next divine masculine and divine feminine to try to steal from. And then it don't work for you because you didn't have the tools in the first place to keep the shit going. Divine feminine and them did the work. Okay, divine feminine and divine masculine did the work. They are who God is setting the table for. They set the table, they build, and they grow it so that they can come back to their community and their loved ones and help everybody else to win. That cannot happen if they don't get to the point of where they're supposed to be to help everybody else win. Okay? And the reason why is because a lot of people have childhood wounds. They have trauma bonds, whether it's bullying, whether it's SA, whether it's PA, whether it's toxic parents, whether it's abandonment issues. Because a lot of karmics have those issues, and because of that codependency, they don't want to let the masculine or the feminine go. And when they don't want to let them go, shit gets toxic. Besides childhood trauma, one of the hardest bonds to break is that of close family and friends that you've had since childhood. The only person that can heal those wounds is self. Only you know exactly what you went through, no matter how many times you done told the story. And if you went through yours and healed yours, it is up for you to move out the way so they can heal theirs. Divine masculine and divine feminine. You enabling them every time they say, oh, why'd you leave me? I don't know why you left me, blah, blah, blah. Been there, done that. I was that side, and then I was the one that had to leave because of the codependency. So I was the codependent one, and then I was the one on the side of, look, I see your codependent issues. I'm going to leave for a little bit so you can work on that, so we can come back around each other and have a healthy relationship, whether it's friendship, whether it's love related, because there's going to be times where either of us might have to work or do something. Now, for the divine feminines, that's going to be an at-home wife, which I don't mind doing that either, because I could do that and still work from home and still get it. But, and I don't mind my person being clingy. I really don't, honestly. We will have the understanding because I have the knowledge about codependency. So they will have the understanding about codependency. And I have no problem letting them know. But I also don't mind them being all up under me because I never had that. I never had that codependency where someone was codependent on me, or where someone, not even just codependent, but where someone wanted to actually be around me, not me forcing it. So if my person does want to be around me, if they want to know everything about me, if they want to give me daily interviews, if they want my phone here, I didn't delete most of the shit. Some stuff is gone because I lost it, either transferring phones or whatever like that, but the majority of the shit's here. So if you want to see how I was talking with certain people or interacting with certain people, here you go. You can see for yourself. So there's no sugarcoating it. I ain't got shit to hide. That is open and honest communication and trust. I don't have nothing to hide. I would actually want my person to have access to it, because if I tell a dude, look, I'm in a relationship, I know how dudes are, but I also know how females are. And there's some dudes out there that is on that petty type of shit where they didn't heal, and they will still try to be in your inbox even though you're telling them that you love somebody else, you want to be with somebody else. And they're like, well, you single and you celibate, blah blah blah. And how long that nigga been gone? I could treat you better than that nigga, blah blah blah. I done heard it all. But the heart wants what the heart wants. So I don't know. There's no other way of putting it. There's a lot of people that need healing. I'm like a indigo child. I'm very good with children, and I can relate with children. Like, I can help them heal from anything they're going through. Adults too, actually, that's dealing with childhood trauma. Been through my own. You know how traumatic it is to face your essay abuser and have the family either not know, or some that do know but be quiet. It's a lot. And a lot of people, I've been seeing it all over. A lot of people don't, they have that mindset, that old school mindset. What happens in this house stays in this house. I've healed from it, but I see, and because I'm an empath, I see a lot of people that are still struggling with healing from that. Oh, 1 second. All right. I hope there's a lot of people that do get healing from it, because it's much needed. It says, I have a secret to tell you. So that could be Divine Feminine, some of the secrets that y'all might be sharing with your Divine Masculine, or that they might be sharing with you, or y'all might have similar cases, because that did fall right after the childhood wounds. I am leaving it all to make this right with you. Feelings, living in the moment, Michigan, something to do with Michigan, something to do with X Factor. There's definitely an X involved. Someone saying I'm married, or they could have been married, or they could be still married, which is the shocking news. And dangerously in love. I will say that there's a lot of masculines that got trapped to stay in marriages, or trapped to get married in the first place, because they thought that they had to do it first of all for the spell work to work. There was a lot of masculines that was dealing with karmic feminines that had other people in their corner from divine masculines, family or friends circle, and from the karmic friends, the karmic femmes, fam and circle that did the whole fake pregnancy to trap them into that. Then they tried to make it about resources, promising them the world, saying, oh, I can get you this amount of money and blah, 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 but not telling the masculine where they was planning to get that money from, that they was planning to steal inheritances or scamming people and all of that, or steal from divine feminine. Then there's some masculines where I'm trying to think. I'm just trying to give y'all as many scenarios as possible so you know what to look for. People don't understand when you get in a marriage under false pretenses. Yes, it might be a sticky situation to get out of it because of some of the stuff that they might have had y'all doing or going through and all of that. But at the same thing, if you got that evidence, masculine, and the amount of evidence that divine feminine or others have on the karmic, you shouldn't have nothing to worry about. You was putting a marriage under false pretenses, for one. For two, either way, if you, even if you don't end up with your divine feminine, say by chance you don't want to go down that road, and you do have that choice, but staying with that karmic feminine that tried to set you up, tried to unalive you, because that card came out too, like, that's a no-go. If you got children, you gotta worry about you and your babies. The whole time I was worried about my masculine, I'm worried about the children. Because at the end of the day, if the karmic's trying to do all of that, what you think they gonna try to do to the children if shit gets tight? And if they are successful taking out somebody's masculine? Because there are some of these feminines that are successful. I'm seeing it on the news and stuff right now. Some of these karmics are successful in taking these masculines out. So if they're successful in taking these masculines out, who's protecting these children? Who's going to protect these children? Men need to start thinking with their top head. Not saying that y'all are thinking with your bottom head, masculines. But if you think with the top head, you will be more conscious and self-indulgent, watching what you eat, that the karmic fixes and all of that, because they be doing that kitchen magic where they be trying to put stuff in your food and all this other stuff. Check the freezer, make sure nobody's putting no freezer jars, all this other shit in there. Make sure nobody was trying to bury nothing in the backyard. Make sure nobody was trying to do no freaky deaky stuff with that time of the month. Like, be mindful, because I done heard some crazy stuff. I don't know nothing about that, but I done heard, and I was like, what? That's possible? So just be mindful of who you sleep with and who you get in a partnership with, because you're thinking about the here and now, and you're not thinking about long term. Who's gonna take care of your babies or baby at the end of the day? Are they a good mother? Can they lead them correctly down the right path? Can they hold down the fort? Will your baby be safe with them if you're not around? That's things people really got to think about when they get in partnerships with people. And that's one of the last things, or not even a thing, that people have been thinking about when they get in a relationship. You want someone to love you for you, flaws and all, like divine feminine loves divine masculine, and vice versa. The problem is that being around the karmics for so long, a lot of karmics attempted to crush divine masculine's self-esteem and confidence and all of that. And that is what is needed to be a great leader, to know you're worth it, to know you can do anything if you put God first. And you got, whether you got your queen by your side or not, but if you got your queen by your side, like your actual queen, y'all could do anything. But you just gotta learn to trust each other. You gotta learn who's a friend and who's a foe. You gotta cut that grass so you can see what snakes are slithering through. It's a lot to learn, but I believe that the masculines are going to get there. I have faith in y'all. And because I have faith in y'all, I'm going to do some soulmate love messages and angel oracle and call it a morning. Okay. So, soulmate love messages. And that's these. So, ooh. And I'm going to get 6 I'm gonna get 7. Lucky number 7. 7 love messages, soulmate love messages for the collective. Now, mind you, there's soulmates, there's karmic soulmates, and then there is a twin flame soulmate. A twin flame soulmate is the highest level soulmate because they got soulmates, and then they got soulmate, and they got karmic soulmate, then they got twin flame, but then there's a twin flame soulmate that's on top. Twin flame soulmate means that not only are y'all gonna trigger each other, learning life lessons back and forth with each other like a regular twin flame does, you're also going to be a soulmate with that person, where you're going to have likes and be able to support each other and love each other for who they are, like a soulmate does. Those are two different things, and that's what a lot of people that don't know about this journey get it confused. They just think twin flame and say, oh, twin flames ain't supposed to be together and blah, blah, blah. Correct. There are some twin flames, the regular twin flames, where they're just supposed to be in and out of that person's life to teach them lessons. And they're just meant to be friends, which is why they go in and out of their lives like normal friends do. But there are twin flame soulmates. And the difference is what God shows you. God will show you who your twin flame soulmate is, whether it's a dream, whether it's a download, the intensity of the connection. Because with that connection, you will be attracted to them like you are with a karmic soulmate, which is the closest thing possible to a twin flame soulmate. The magnetic pull to both of those people will be damn near the same, which is what causes masculine to go a little bit crazy in the middle, because he can't tell the difference between the two. But the difference between the two is the karmic soulmate is going to be the one that he had a whole bunch of in and outs with, but they was actually in a relationship, and they was actually toxic, where it might have even gotten to physical altercations and talking down on them and all this other stuff. Twin flame soulmates might go through a little bit similar, but it's not going to get physical. And 9 times out of 10, y'all don't even end up in a relationship right away, because as soon as y'all try to, or even if it's headed towards that way, or seems like it's headed towards that way, that karmic soulmate is going to feel it intuitively, and they're going to skip their ass right back over to divine masculine to make sure interception. It's gonna be, it's literally like a whole football play. They be doing their own Hail Marys and shit. Wow, this is how real love feels like. Okay. And I said I was going to do 7. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so while this is how real love feels like, this one says, I don't trust easily, but with you, I feel safe and accepted. I remember the first day we met like it was yesterday. I never believed in soulmates, but then I met you. And that's funny, because seeing that card, I remember I was talking to somebody that said they was my person's soulmate, right? And they was like, oh, we're soulmates and blah, blah, blah. Because I remember saying, oh, I'm his twin flame. And they was like, well, I'm his soulmate and blah, 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 and all of that. And then that's when all the controversy started happening, because once I said that, and I didn't know I should have like been quiet or move in silence, but they kept trying to send me pictures saying, oh, look at him. He looks like him, don't he? Blah, blah, blah. It was just a whole bunch of petty shit. So I was playing along. First of all, I wasn't even awakened at the time. I was just now learning about certain things. And I didn't know that it was called an awakening until I had my first Kundalini awakening, where I was wide awake, mind you. And I was listening to a song I made about him and crying, bawling my eyes out. And I had like 3 visions pop across my, like, I had my big black blanket over my head and I was crying with my headset on, listening to music. And I had these 3 projection looking scenes. Like they just popped up in my face. You know how That's So Raven type shit happened? It was kind of like that. It's like That's So Raven, but it looked like a projector. I mean, like a film projection. And it looked like 3 films. Like if you had actual film and you went to turn it and switch through the different scenes, I saw 3 scenes. I saw our son graduating. I saw us getting married. And I saw us in the kitchen. I was trying to chop up something, cooking. And he was laughing at me. I don't know if I was chopping it wrong or if it was just something he said. But he was laughing at me. And my daughter came and bringing a cup to the sink or whatever like that. And she left out. And that's all I saw. And I was wide awake. That's why one of the reasons, and I guess God felt like I needed to see that so I don't give up on my mission. But that vision gave me hope. And I was like, if that's all love, and if what I'm feeling, even though I was hurting and crying, I still felt love out of all of that, I know that's not the devil. Because the devil ain't got no love in him. I find your inner wisdom really attractive. And that's why, speaking of that, I said with the karmics, I'm going to say karmics, because when you're on this type of journey, you're going to have multiple karmics, because divine masculine, while he's trying to fight the connection, he's going to run across a few different people to see if he can find a replacement for divine feminine for whatever reason. And so with the karmics, divine feminine tries to stay out the picture. Yes, come around and show love if she's able to, but she tries to stay out the way because she's not trying to step on nobody's toes. I remember one time I asked the chick, I asked her, I said, yo, I said, I see the little tactics and stuff that you're doing, telling me not to come around, let him chase me, blase, blase, all this other stuff. I said, so if you're telling me all this, I was like, but then he's giving me a certain type of other backlash, making me seem like I'm acting funny, like I don't want to be around him. I was like, yo, like, which is it? Like, do you want him? Is something going on? I said, you already telling me that you're pillow talking and stuff with him. And I'm just giving y'all this short story so you can understand the games that karmics will play. So I was like, you telling me that you pillow talking with him about me. You're telling me certain stuff that maybe only he will know. So I know that that's true. I said, I don't know fully what's being said. And she was like, well, I don't know. Maybe you should just leave him alone and let him chase you and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, do you want him? I said, cause, and she was like, well, what are you talking about? And blah, blah. I said, I'm asking you straight up. Like, I said, I'm not the type of, I'm not fighting over nobody. They either choose me or they don't. First of all, I'm too old for this kid shit. Second of all, if I know what I want and I'm chasing you and I'm telling you I'm feeling you, I don't have time to play games with little girls that don't even really want you. I want you. I'm telling you I want you. They want you because I want you. And they want you because of the shit you're portraying and flashing in their face, promising the world. That's why they want you. I hear the shit when I'm hanging around them. So I asked her, I was like, if you want him, if y'all are dealing with each other, that's why y'all are pillow talking and I'm not talking with him regularly, because you on the phone with him all the time, and y'all make sure every time he gets around me that we can't talk like that. Y'all always have us, the three amigos. Y'all always intercept. So if y'all got some kind of poly, monogamy, whatever going on, then let me know so I can exit stage left. Doesn't mean that there's no love lost, because the love is still there. But if he's not choosing me and he's not giving me any attention, he's not telling me what's up, and y'all are telling me something different because he got all of y'all being third parties in my inbox, thinking I'm mentally unstable, all this other shit, blah, 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 because people making up lies, because y'all are paying people behind the scenes to make up lies about me so they can go tell him that also. So it's not all coming from y'all. So your narrative can fit, because y'all are working in other private groups with his ops and don't tell him, doing your scammer things. So because of all of that's going on, and because he's not going to believe me if I tell him, because he known y'all longer, you let me know if you want him. And then I'm going to exit stage left, and then you can let him choose. Oh, it's not even like that, blah, blah. I don't know where all of this is coming from, blah, blah, blah. I think you just hitting me up to worry about him and blah, blah, blah. It's like, you told me that y'all was pillow talking about me. You brought that up. I would have never even known. I said, and then you proceeded to tell me that y'all make the fake accounts and stuff on Instagram and go harass other people in their inbox that you don't like, and all this other stuff, and go under fake profiles and all of that. So I already knew all of this shit way ahead of time from the copycat, from the Jezebel. I already knew a lot of this shit already. Like, it didn't take rocket science to piece it together. And I don't care about it. I'm just saying it for educational, informational purposes for any masculines that is up and coming, newly awakened masculines that don't know how these karmics plan, because they learn it from other karmics. So best believe they're going to watch all this other stuff that's on Instagram and see how all these other ones do it and try to up the ante of what all the other baby moms did, what all the other karmic Jezebel thirsty thoughts did, or like, they're going to get very creative. So I say it so you can understand the extensive lengths that they do. They will take pictures, stalking. Don't pillow talk divine masculine with any sides that you have if you know who your divine feminine is. Because when you pillow talk about your divine feminine, that makes those Jezebels and thirsty thoughts jealous, and they attack your divine feminine. They attack her with the goal of making her mentally unstable, which is why they try to use that word magic to say that, because not once has divine feminine ever said she had any mental instability. They said it because she saw how fake they was and didn't want to fuck with them. And because they didn't want to seem like the bad one and they still wanted your attention, they made a pact to gang up together against your divine feminine. So this is for all the newly awakened people. Again, I am not bringing this up just to bring this up, because I said it many other times before when I was actually freshly telling my story and all this other stuff. So there's going to be some other Instagram lives where I said some of it, some of my other lives on here, or actual videos. I done said a little bit. I'm saying this right now for where we are in the journey right now, and for any divine masculines that see who their divine feminine is. If you freshly are awakened and you see who your divine feminine is, do not pillow talk with any other options you have, because that is what causes the competition that divine feminine didn't even know she was in. She doesn't know that you was talking to all those side people on the side on that type of time. She's thinking they are like what you said, which is why I really cut down on saying, yo, that's the bro, or that's the sis, or that's fam. Because even though you can have bro or sis or fam, that's not blood, it's how they treat you that makes them fam. Because sometimes even fam is not, even blood is not fam. So you talking with the competition, supposed competition, push your divine feminine in a competition. And because your divine feminine is most likely a loner, that makes everybody else group up together for a common goal to make sure that she doesn't get divine masculine, because they know that's where divine masculine's heart is, whether he tries to deny it or not. I want you to be happy, even if that means being without me. And that's the same thing divine feminine said, even though she does want to be with you. I remember before all of that happened with the Jezebels and all of that, I think I said in my last reading before this, I had prayed after my last long relationship. I prayed for true love, because I didn't just say I wanted love. I wanted my forever love. So that's what I specifically prayed for. And then I met my twin flame. I prayed for true love. And I said, if possible, Dad, I wanted another child, preferably a son, because I already had a son and I had 2 daughters. My tubes was tied, but they did say it was a reversible procedure. But that was years ago, so I don't know if that changed. But I said I wanted another child. And it just so happens that one person, you'll get the gist of it. But then karmic FEMs happened. And God's not happy, but he's working things out. So I just leave it to God. I'm so grateful I met you. Are you sure you are real? Yes, divine feminines are real. We are mysterious. We are unique. We are unicorn energies. We are very, very different. It doesn't make us no better than anybody else. We don't try to act any better than nobody else. As you see, I ain't all dolled up. I got my do-rag on. I got a messy bun that wants to keep falling. Got a little New York shirt. And I got a damn men's tank top wife beater on. So, in no way, shape, or form am I trying to be like anybody else. I try to be me to the best of my ability. And I ain't worried about nobody copying me. I take it as a compliment. That means I must be leading right for them to want to copy me. And that's what I don't understand about the whole copycat thing and Jezebel thing and all of that anyway. Because how can you talk about somebody behind the scenes? You don't tell them to their face. And then yet you go and copy them to try to be them, to get the attention from their masculine. And then have a hissy fit when you can't get their energy. I never did understand that. But whatever. Alright, we're going to do this. And we're going to end it for this morning. So these are the Angel Oracle cards. And I just did 7 soulmate love messages. So I'm going to do 7 of this. Unless they give us 8 like last time. Okay. So 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I knew they was going to do 8 again. They just going to be funny with that one. Spirit be messing with me. I knew they was going to do that. I knew it. I knew it. So, yep, like I said, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we got nurture. Archangel Gabriel. As you nurture a child, I just told y'all I was mad good with children. As you nurture a child, you nurture your own inner child. That's another reason why I was able to heal my inner child. Because I am hands-on with my children. I am the mama and the daddy for now. As you nurture a child, you nurture your inner child. Both activities are important for you right now. Career transition. So if you do need help with that, because that's nurturing energy, and I think a lot of masculines need help with that right now. That's how you manage your emotions correctly. Especially for like the single fathers and stuff like that. Y'all really have to learn how to manage your emotions so you can make sure the children get the right nurturing and stuff too. Even if you get a wife and the wife is supposed to do that part too, you still need to have an even balance between that too, because that heals your inner child, and that in return helps you be able to nurture your wife how you need to, and console her when she needs that comfort. Because say we're giving out all of that loving and energy and nurturing and stuff, we need to be consoled and held and nurtured also, not just protected, not just provided for. So if you need help with that, masculines, you ask Archangel Gabriel for that assistance. And Archangel Gabriel will help with nurturing. Career transition, Archangel Samuel. Your life purpose is triggering a blessed career change. So ask Archangel Samuel what your life purpose is or where you should be headed. Some of y'all, you might get the answer, your divine feminine, because sometimes that information won't be unlocked until you get with the person that you're supposed to be with to unlock that information, because y'all was meant to build things together. So that's why sometimes you feel like something's missing. And that's because it's your divine feminine's brain that's missing for y'all to piece things together like a perfect puzzle. Clear your space, Archangel Jophiel. I feel like all these cards came out, the last one too. Archangel Jophiel, get rid of clutter, clear the energy around you, and use feng shui. And like I said, that's because the real New Year is about to come with spring. Ugh, okay. You know what to do, Archangel Uriel. Trust your inner knowledge and act upon it without delay. If you need assistance, masculines or feminines, ask Archangel Uriel. If you feel like you need a little confidence booster, courage booster, whatever like that, if you know intuitively something is nudging you to do something or to go a certain place or to reach out to a certain person, if it's nudging you, if you're getting every sign in the book, every sign in the sky, every sign on your phone or TV or street sign or whatever, radio, song, if it's nudging you, it's for a reason. When you don't listen to your intuition, that's what be messing up a lot of people. Your inner knowledge, your inner knowing is your intuition. When you listen to everybody else but your inner, that's what gets you messed up, because nobody else's life purpose and life path is yours, especially if you're on a twin flame journey. If you're on a twin flame journey, unless somebody else been on a twin flame journey, they can't tell you shit about that journey, because that's not a normal love relationship. That's not a normal career relationship. It's not a normal journey. It defies the odds. It is literally God making a new pathway, because he's setting a table for y'all too, to lead a whole new collective of people. So he's literally creating you your own new lane. So nobody else can tell you about that lane, which is why it's important for you to listen to your intuition and nobody else's. And that's the lesson that a lot of masculines are learning right now. You can ask for guidance on small little things, but ultimately you have to listen to your intuition, and you're going to learn that. Courage, Archangel Uriel. Be courageous, stand up for your beliefs. And that's all it's going to take. You take your power back. Like I said at the beginning, call all your power back to you. And you stand on business about your shit, and don't let nobody else tell you different. And know that at the end of the day, your divine feminine is always going to have your back as long as you have hers. As long as you give her that love and loyalty, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Remember who you are. Archangel Michael. You are a powerful, loving, and creative child of God. You are very loved. Know that. Some people, a lot of people, they stand behind the Bible. They hold it and they use it as a crutch, and they use it as a shield. But do they really believe? Do you really have faith and hope in God? Do you really believe in God and believe that He got you? Or is it that you question it because you think, because you say certain prayers and all of that, and you hold the Bible, but then you still do grimy, shady shit behind the scenes because you get that knock on your head from God, or you might get that karma real quick from Archangel Michael or one of them. You might be questioning God got your back because you thinking that all you have to do is say that prayer and you good. No, it don't work like that. You need to learn to hold yourself accountable for every action that you do, because you always have a choice. You have a choice to do right and you have a choice to do wrong. Leave God out of that. He gave you 3 gifts when you was born. That free will, that intuition, and that discernment. What you choose to do with it, since you want to have control over your life, is what you choose to do with it. He tells you if you do bad, you're going to get that back. If you do good, I'm going to bless you. If you stay with me, I'm going to bless you even more. That's just how it works. You have the choice. And you can't blame nobody, no Tom, Dick, and Harry, nobody. Because at the end of the day, when that judgment wheel comes from God, you can't say they made me do it. Because at the end of the day, whether they coerced you, whether they told you, whether they manipulated you, and with that, because God says, touch not my anointed, His prophets, His chosen ones, children, and innocent, or the fools, that's people that don't know better. So they can't do better. So if you didn't know better because you was under spell work, God might give you a pass because you didn't know better. And that's why you'll be able to move forward. But when you do know better and that spell work broke and you still chose to do bad, that's where that shit changes. So you can't get mad at God when you made that choice after knowing the truth. As soon as you wake up out of that spell work, you be like, yo, what the fuck you just made me do? Nah, I gotta go. That's not it. That's not what this is. That's not what I signed up for. Your face looked like my divine feminine's face. I don't know what kind of voodoo, witchery, magic you did, but you ain't my divine feminine. I gotta be out. You delaying me from my prosperity and my serenity. Cause you bugging me. They up there throwing shit, knocking shit over, breaking shit, trying to drug you, trying to take you out, set you up. Like, that is not a way to live. Counselor, which is why I'm supposed to be a counselor or some shit. Archangel Azrael, you are a natural counselor, and many people benefit from your guidance and reassurance. And last but not least, angel therapy. That's me. Via Gem Oracle, it's just me. Your virtual earth angel is what VIA stands for. And then because I'm a Gemini, I say gem, but I also say gem because it's growing, evolving, and maturing. Archangel Raphael, give your cares and worries to us angels and allow us to take your burdens. When they be saying take a spiritual bath and stuff, it doesn't have to be all nothing extravagant. Some people put salts and all of that. I think at one time I tried like the whole salts and the bath bomb, and I put mullein leaf and all of that in there just like to try something out. But really, you can just go under the shower or in the bath. I take a shower. If I take a shower in the bath, but when I take the shower, I just got the water running. And I'll be like, oh, my angel spirits and guides, like, please wash away all my fears, doubts, and worries. Replace it with hope and faith, courage, and love. Like, whatever you need to say to motivate yourself, to send the evil away. You got to do what's for you. You got to figure out the words that's for you. And you will figure it out more and more as you do it. And once you learn what is what, God tells us purposely to give Him and our angels and guides our burdens so we don't have to worry and stuff. Because say somebody does something to you and you want to exact revenge on them. Your revenge will never amount to what God can do for you. Meaning, say someone stole something from you. So to get back at them, you want to steal something from them. But it might not be the same value or something like that. With God, He might even let that slide because He hears, knows, and sees all. So He knows what they was plotting for in the future. He knows what they was manifesting for the future. He knows what they're already planning to do. Now say said person stole something from you, but they planned on stealing something from you again later on that you didn't even know you was going to get. Or they planned on taking something totally different from somebody else. Sometimes God will take all of that and bless you back with it later on, just because they tried to make that other attempt. But you, if you would have retaliated right then and there, you only got that one thing that wasn't even of value of what they took. That's why God says, leave the judgment to Him. He knows what they do behind the scenes when they're throwing their rocks and hiding their hands. You will never match the justice that God can give for you. Because when someone takes something away, He's going to give you new and better. So like for instance, a lot of and divine masculines don't take this offense. Okay, we love y'all with our whole heart and soul. But at one point, y'all was low vibrational. Right now, y'all are most of y'all are divine masculines. But at one point, y'all was low vibrational, just like divine feminine was low vibrational. So the karmic, not realizing how this whole law of attraction works and all this other stuff, they stole you while you was in that energy because y'all attracted to each other because y'all was in that energy. Not realizing that God was going to forcefully make some people grow up because they had a purpose in His plan. So while He has your masculine growing and evolving karmic, and you refusing to grow and evolve with Him, you unintentionally chose to forfeit that because God wants these unions to happen now. And if your masculine did his growing and evolving, he's going to get his partner for his north node. That means karmic, that you was his partner, but for his south node. The actual divine feminine, the actual empress, was his match, his equal match for his north node. The one that was supposed to be getting the divine inheritance and build, grow, and evolve. And that's why karmic, no matter what you do, whether masculine is with divine feminine or not, you will never get that inheritance at all. So as long as divine masculine is attached to you, it's not coming in. It's going to be stripped from you. A lot of people's already seeing that. Because if you already stole it, karmic, you really think God's going to let you keep it? No. Masculine, and I warned a lot of masculines in my other videos too, as long as you stay attached to these certain karmics, because they done stole and thieved from and scammed from so many people, as long as you were attached to them, you was not getting what you felt like you was gonna get. I'll put it that way. Because they are not meant to experience it, because they stole from enough people to where their shit is done. They got karma to deal with. Whoever's attached to them will be affected also. This is not me wishing this on nobody. This is the bold law of attraction facts. I don't make the rules. I'm just obedient and I relay the messages. I'm just a messenger. That's it. Okay. I know how it works. I know how it goes. I've seen it firsthand. And I'm not even talking about real time. I'm talking about past time. I've seen it with other people's situations. So this is the facts. If someone did someone else dirty, you're not getting blessed off of that. Now, I know I be doing the shaking the head and all this other stuff. And I know people be thinking, she's bougie, she's snobby, she's a whole queen of swords, and blah, blah, blah. No. First of all, I'm just being myself and being my normal self. But when we be talking all sweet and stuff, people be taking shit as a joke. My voice switches up purposely. First of all, I'm a Gemini, which is why I said my masculine will never have to worry about having another female, because I'm all of those females in one. But he will never have to worry about me attacking him. I will love that man with my whole heart and my whole soul. Us having feuds and stuff, I can role play. We can do makeup SCX if that's what he likes. If he likes all the aggression and shit, so we can go do that. Like, there's so much that a divine masculine doesn't understand about a divine feminine, because he sees her as the angel and goddess that she is. He thinks, oh, she's all holier than thou, and she might not match his freak, but you have no idea how much she has in her divine masculine. So, understand that God didn't just match y'all for no reason. And y'all are going to be able to make many memories if y'all get together. And that's totally up to you if you come towards your divine feminine. Now, if you don't, and I'm not in no way, shape, or form trying to coerce anything, but I know some of God's plan, not all of it. And I know for a fact, especially how the cards and the energy don't lie, there will be unions happening. So whether divine masculine steps up or not, there will be divine feminines going into unions with other people. And there will be memories made. So, no pressure. I don't know who's up next. God got his roster just like Santa. God will be like, okay, they're up next. The angels will get them all prepped. And we already saw the prepping for union. So there's certain things that is going to happen. That's inevitable. There's going to be fated unions, sacred unions happening. That's the difference between a regular relationship, a regular karmic relationship, and then a sacred union that's protected. The one while divine masculine was in his self node was not a sacred union. And that's how you know he was with the karmic, because that wasn't a sacred union. If you're in that union and you're doing things that can potentially end you up in jail, you or the masculine karmic femmes and karmic masculines. I'm not going to say just divine masculine, because divine masculine most of the time didn't know what the hell was going on behind the scenes with y'all. And because divine feminine wasn't in the picture, y'all thought she didn't know. And then once you learned she knew were her spiritual gifts, y'all tried to shut her up so masculine didn't find out. But yeah, people was supposed to be working together, and they will soon find out. That card did say very soon. So they will soon find out what this is and isn't, because God's going to show some people. God's about to do his big one. I felt the energy shift before I even did this, which is why I decided to just go ahead and get it over with. I felt the shift yesterday morning. A lot of major things is about to happen. I don't know what, but it's about to be big. There's going to be a lot of love in the air. This Valentine's Day might even make a lot of like spiritual babies, because there are spiritual babies that's waiting to be had. I know that too, because it's almost like I was getting pregnancy symptoms, even though I've been celibate and stuff, because like I said, I'm an empath. So I've been getting like pregnancy symptoms. And they said that divine feminines get pregnancy symptoms also too, like when they're about to birth something, whether it's a baby, whether they're about to get pregnant, whether they're about to have something new. We still have pregnancy symptoms too, as if we're pregnant. And people don't understand that. Think about Jesus' mother Mary. Think about how they try to call her names and all of that, right? But she was pregnant with him, even though she didn't have intercourse, right? And I think I heard somewhere in the world that happened maybe once or twice before. People didn't talk about it too much because they thought that's physically impossible or whatever like that. But think about it. Just like people can do spiritual attacks on people from states away and wish ill will on people, putting spell work on people, making them have cancer, making them have STDs, making them have mental illness. People do spell work to have those certain things happen. What makes you think God can't have somebody have a child? Or someone that was known to be idle, to not be able to have a baby, and all of a sudden they meet their divine spiritual partner, and as soon as they have relations, they end up pregnant. It is quite possible. Plenty of people have miracle pregnancies. Speaking of miracle pregnancies, before I leave, divine masculines, if you was one of the masculines where someone tried to baby trap you and you found out the baby wasn't yours, first of all, it's unfortunate if you did want the baby, but I'm glad you found out before it was too late. Second of all, there are some masculines that still don't even know that sometimes some of the karmic feminines said that they had a miscarriage with your child to keep you around. In actuality, the money you gave them or the money their side piece gave them, they used to get an abortion because they knew that the baby wasn't yours and they got an abortion. And hid it saying they had a miscarriage. So, if you didn't know they was cheating, do your little Inspector Gadget investigation and get the clarity you need. Or just talk to your divine feminine. She'll give you every clue in the book to help you figure shit out for yourself. Whether she was your mate or not, even though she loves you, she just wanted to be a good friend. She never wanted to steer you down the wrong path. She knows the path that she's on is different from your norm, but y'all met for a reason. And the love is real. And it is unconditional. So, anyway, I'm going to go take a nap because it's 7:50 in the morning. And I've been up all night. Because my other reading before this one was 4, almost 5 hours. And now this one's another 260 minutes. So I'm going to go. But I should be on later. Possibly. And I thank y'all for rocking with me. Your girl via Gem Oracle is just Mimi. And I'll catch y'all later with another one. Mwah.